Yeah, I think we're live. All right. We're talking to Shaping the Silence in just a minute. Shaping the Silence made the Hexboard MIDI controller. Here, let's just give him a call. Says he's ready.
All right.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
How we doing?
We're doing good. Am I
Good.
live?
We are live. We are
All right.
streaming right
Terrifying.
now.
Good. Hello, hello.
How are you, sir? Oops, sorry.
I am doing pretty well.
Here, I'm just gonna get the get this all set up. But yeah,
Yep,
what's
absolutely.
what are we what have you been up to all day? What have you been working on?
I mean, mostly been working on family. That's,
Nice.
but that's boring stuff. That it's all my personal life.
Gotcha.
Yeah. With three kids, it's quite busy. But
Yeah, I bet.
yeah, it's like I make every spare minute count. That's
Yeah.
where I'm able to make this stuff come from. Um,
Nice.
I suppose I should probably introduce myself, right? How many people are here? I'm not keeping track of chat.
I'm not looking right now. I'm trying to get the windows set up. I'm
Sure.
pretty a bad streamer, man. I have to admit. I'm trying to find
Yeah,
the window, but no, that's not the one.
Streaming is a lot of work and a lot of stress.
Right. Oh, not
It's
that.
like you have to be the star of the show and do all the technical work.
Right, yeah, you have to run the show and do, yeah, exactly what you just said. Just
It's like,
better.
and everything goes wrong. Like you'll set it up beforehand and be like, okay, it's perfect. Got the audio levels right. You start the stream and everything. Can't hear you.
I did this last time. It was no problem. I don't know why it's not showing up this time.
Yeah, that's just how it is.
I swear, like, I got the window to pop up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're on the screen. I guess that's
All right.
something.
That's good.
Let's, here, let me just make this bigger. Well,
Sure.
hey, you know what? Whatever, this is good enough.
Yeah,
Let's talk
all right.
about, let's talk about the Hexboard.
Sure.
When did you make,
Yeah.
how old is the Hexboard? What got you into making
Yeah.
this keyboard? Yeah.
Sure. And let's see. I got started. History time. Okay, I did bring a couple of props, so I'll get to you. Hey, I can see you now.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that was.
All right, I did bring some props with me, so I'll be right back to give a little tour, a little history. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, go
All
for
right.
it. Take your time. I don't know why that shrinks my screen every time I do that.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do it this way. So let's start with roll
cool.
back to 2013.
Yeah.
And there was an instrument called the Axis 49.
Okay.
And I thought that thing is so cool. I can't afford it. So I spent a year and more than the cost of an Axis 49 to build a greatly inferior instrument, which is right here.
Oh wow. That's crazy.
It uses a bunch of arcade buttons. I
Yeah.
have orange LEDs in the corner of each one to indicate it. It's okay. It was a fun gimmick. The keys are spaced way too far apart. Like, yeah, that's not
What
great.
what is the logic behind the layout on that?
This is it's harmonic table is the layout. So
Interesting.
I copied exactly what the Axis 49's design was.
Do the lights color code or are they just light up when you
they
hit
are
them?
simply
Or
orange lights, and they're in the corner of each button. So the buttons don't even have the light underneath. It's like on the corner
oh,
of
that's
each
that is
thing.
kind of interesting though, and it's
Yeah.
huge. I mean, it's massive.
Yeah.
Do you play that with your
Yep,
feet
yep.
or just your hands? I mean, how does that work?
You know, I probably should have. That would have been, just thinking about pedal organs.
Yeah.
This is maybe not the worst way to do that.
Yeah, that'd be an insane like
Zen
foot
harmonic,
controller. Yeah.
organ pedal.
Right. If you could color
But
code
yeah,
those
that
little
was- that
lights,
was-
yeah.
Yeah, that's what that was, and it even has a port for a Wii nunchuck in it. Since it doesn't have velocity, my hack was to use a Wii nunchuck's motion sensor to tilt to set the velocity.
Interesting.
Yeah,
very
it was a whole
interesting.
bunch of hacks cobbled together. My brother did all the coding for me, which was greatly appreciated.
That's cool.
He's now doing that stuff professionally and has no time for my projects anymore, which totally fair. I'll have to start paying him now.
Yeah, man, you should pay your brother.
That was like 2013 to 2014, and I used that for years. And then it started breaking down, and I thought, well, I want to make a new version of this. And so it's like, okay, what are all the features I've wanted? I want RGB. I want closer together keys. I want velocity. And so I tried to do all of those things, and I got everything but velocity. The next thing I
Interesting.
built was, let me go get that. Let's see here.
It's such a interesting little space, like the corner of like a bonus room or attic or something.
Next thing I built was, let's see, Wiki Hayden based layout. So I'll just go to the overhead view and then show you that.
Wow.
But I've disassembled it partly because I used some of the keys for building a different prototype. And so this, I just wanted to try the Wiki Hayden layout to see if I liked it. And so then I decided, well, this is cool. I like this. And then I decided to make the next prototype, which, why did I set these things so far away? Yeah, another walk away. All
Yeah,
right.
I can see how the Wiki Hayden is like
Prototype, here we go.
the same kind
Here's
of.
the last prototype before I release this thing. Let me show it to you. It's much closer to the current Hexboard.
Yes.
That's right here. Yeah. So this, I decided a sort of compromise where you rotate it this way and you can get the same amount of keys as you have on the Axis 49. You can still do the harmonic table layout, but then also you get 7 octaves of Wiki Hayden.
I see.
So that's what that was, and it's, if I plug it in here, you'll get most of the basic features. If I can line up the cable there, yeah. Yep, a little bit more janky, but it does get, quite bright. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
and so you can hear how loud the keys are too.
That's the original.
This is the original Hexboard in Hexboard name form.
Oh my goodness.
This was 2022. Was when I finished this prototype.
It looks pretty good for a prototype.
Thank
Like,
you.
I've seen prototypes that are like I
Yeah.
mean, like the breadboard kind of stuff where it doesn't even look like anything, you know?
Yep.
Like this is
Yep,
actually like, I don't know. It's kind of cool. Like you
Yeah,
could
thank you.
You could use that, I feel like.
Yeah. So it's like when I first had it, it actually it ran off a different chip here. So like the Teensy LC is the name of the chip, but they ran out of stock because there was the great chip shortage. Post-COVID chip shortage, all that disappeared. So I redesigned it with a better chip and a
Okay.
screen and some other stuff, and just kind of made a separate board that I can plug in
Yeah.
to keep this prototype running.
Fascinating.
And then I got to the Hexboard you've seen, the one right
Yes.
here.
And this
There
is
was one-
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the second iteration of the one that I'm selling. The first one,
Right.
the keys were all soldered in place, so
Oh.
I'd have to manually solder each switch in place.
Oh my
so it
goodness.
was extremely time consuming. Each one took a couple hours to build.
I imagine.
And so after selling I don't know, maybe 15 of them. I thought, I don't want to do that again. So I
Sure.
redesigned it with sockets in it. So now you can simply plug the switches in, and yeah, I'll show you the board.
Hmm.
So I'll unplug this so you can see it a little better. Here we go. So here's the circuit board for it. But on the back, you can see there's these little bluish purple, like bluish purple things. These, you simply plug a switch onto it. Let's see if I have any on hand. And you can, I had them on hand. Where did I set them? Okay. Yeah, the switches you simply snap in place. Really easy, no soldering required for that. And so those partially assembled kits that I have are now, you take it, you can buy whatever keyboard switches are. So like you have mechanical keyboards, those
Yeah.
same exact switches snap right into here. And then you can have it for, it's like $2.99 for that partially assembled kit.
Uh,
Yeah. So
wait, mechanical, like a computer keyboard?
yes,
It's
computer
what's
keyboard.
it's what's underneath those keys, or
Yeah, well, the nicer ones. The cheaper ones are just like rubber squishy membranes that use, but the nicer ones are switches that look kind of like. Let's see, is this one loose? No.
so you can just order a pack of those.
Oh yeah, you can get a pack of them for what, $20 or something.
I see.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
one
here
of
we
the
go.
that's
Couple
one of
things
the
like this.
build your own kits.
Yeah, yeah. So they just look like this. They have two little pins on the back and a little button.
Oh wow.
And that's it. So actually, here's the one I was gonna shoot. Wait,
So,
set it there. Yes. Okay. Yeah, yeah. The build it yourself kit, is gonna be like this. You have the board, all the printed parts all stuck together. You're ready to go, and then you just take the switch, and you snap it in place
oh man.
like that.
Oh
Yeah.
wow. It's that
Yeah, you
easy.
snap the switch in. There's a little cap on there. You just put it on, and you're done.
Dude, when you put that in, that sound is so satisfying. When that clicks in like that.
Yeah, it might be satisfying for up to 100 times. You get to there's 140 switches, and after I got to about 1,000, I was like, I'm gonna pay. I know a kid who could use a nice paying job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
pay the
So,
neighbor kid to do this for you?
basically, yeah. Yep.
Nice.
I was like, you know what? He's making better money than he's making other places.
Sure, yeah.
And I don't have to do it anymore, which is great.
Hey, next
yeah.
time I'm in the neighborhood,
Right? Hey, you know
I'll
what?
come by and plug
Yeah,
in a
snap
couple.
together a bunch for me, and I'll just give you a hexboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And get some podcasts going, knock them out.
Nice.
Yep, yep.
How many keys is it again? You said 100?
140. So it's
140.
133 in the playable zone. So it's like 7
Okay.
times 19. So you have 10 and 9 kind of
Yeah.
alternating. And you have 7 sets of those 19. So that's 133 here. Then you have
Yeah.
7 keys on the side for velocity.
Yes.
Like an organ pedal sort of thing. Then your mod wheel, so you can, do your modulation here or pitch
Oh,
bend.
yeah. That's really cool.
Yep.
I didn't know
like
that
half
at
bend, full
first. That it had like
Yeah.
mod wheel. That can be mod wheel or pitch bend.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
I think you also have a velocity kind of.
Yeah, velocity's up top here. So, yep. Kinda always
Yes.
active.
And it's interesting because you like scroll through velocities basically. But you can
Yeah,
you can do it in
essentially.
real time.
Yep. And you can set the speed. So, like, you can, it goes to where you're touching. So if you touch 2 buttons at the same time, it kind of goes between the buttons. But then
Interesting.
if you hold it, it moves in that direction. And there's menu settings so you can make it swell slowly or snap
Right.
instantly to that velocity.
So even though the Hexboard is not velocity sensitive in the traditional sense, it does have a velocity
It's
button,
like of sorts,
basically,
close,
sorta.
closer to an organ. It's you have just
Right.
the overall.
Can you
velocity.
hook a foot pedal up to that?
No, that would be really cool.
If you could do like an expression pedal to control the velocity too, that could
Yeah.
be interesting.
In theory, in theory you could, because
Yeah.
you know, if someone's handy with the soldering iron, I have exposed a bunch of the extra pins on the chip that runs this thing
I
on the
see.
side. So if you soldered an expression pedal onto the right pins and added it to the firmware, that could be done. But
Right.
that's for someone who wants to tinker.
Sure, sure. And
Yep.
you didn't actually make this to make microtonal music. You were
No.
interested in hexagonal keyboards because the
Yeah,
Axis
yeah. I just wanted
49 or whatever.
the isomorphic layouts. Yeah, I wanted to see what that was about, and I enjoyed that.
So
It
what
was,
got you into incorporating microtonal support? Because
yeah,
like I've seen like your videos, you're like make microtonal music,
Yeah.
you obviously lean into
Yeah.
that now. What made you lean into that?
I think it was I'd posted a video of the prototype on TikTok, and I think it was maybe one or two mentions of that, and I thought, huh, that's interesting. I don't know what that's about. And then when I released the thing, people started messaging me about that. Hey, could it do this? Could it do that? And I was like, maybe I should see if I can. And so I hacked in some rough microtonal support that was it was not great, but it was okay. There was like a handful of different tunings you could use, and it wouldn't retune the notes. But then one of the customers actually took the firmware and he completely rewrote it, like wrote it from the ground up specifically to add microtonal support.
Oh,
And
awesome.
so he put in so many of these tunings. I guess, can you see much of that? I don't know.
Yeah, I can make it out a little bit. 12, 17, 19,
Yeah.
22, 24, a couple 31, 72, holy moly. 58.
Yeah, yeah.
That's nuts.
So there's just a bunch of different.
Full
yeah, a
and
bunch of
Pierce is
different,
on there. Okay.
Yep.
So
So just
it will just do those presets basically.
just presets currently. Yeah. There's ways that one guy's playing around with modifying the firmware where you can like dial in X EDO,
I
and then
see.
it just
Yeah.
makes it.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
honestly, adding those tunings is not that difficult. So if somebody has, hey, I really want to try this tuning, just ask me. It's
I
pretty
see.
straightforward for me to add that, or someone who's familiar with code to do that.
And then if you did add that in, they would just download the updated firmware or
Yeah, download
Yeah.
the new update. Yeah, the firmware is really easy to update. You scroll to advanced, you hit update firmware, and then you drag and drop the file onto the flash drive that appears.
Now, I'm curious,
yeah.
since you've added in or incorporated some of your customers' additions to the firmware with the microtonal support, have
Yeah,
you
yeah.
started messing around with it, or do you ever play with it now?
A little bit.
A little bit.
But it's the time I have to do music is way less than it used to be, and
yeah.
I'm mostly just building.
Sure.
I enjoy sitting down and just playing around with it a little bit here and
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Especially when I'm developing new features, I need to test out. Does this work in microtonal modes? Okay, cool. I'll make sure that I'm trying out the built-in synth or something
Yeah.
to make sure that it works there, or that sort of thing.
So you're not a total
so I can-
convert, but you've been very, very like I don't know, like you've done this stuff. I'm not gonna drop names,
Yeah.
but there's other
I mean, it's-
controllers that they people are like, oh, can you add microtonal features? They're like,
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
But you've been really cool about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say what I have is very niche. It's hard for me to really. It's not mass market, so I suppose
Sure.
I have a little bit of luxury there that I can cater to a niche crowd, because that's what I got.
Sure.
I'm not running ads. I can't get that kind of volume.
Yeah.
But it's been really neat to serve this niche, because it's like it's enjoyable. I like solving problems and making it fun for people to play around with this stuff.
Yeah. And one thing I like about Hexboard is that you don't even have to use it it has an onboard synth.
Yeah, yeah.
And the
So I
onboard
can dial
synth,
that up
that's microtonal too, right?
Yes. Yep. It's pretty basic as far as sounds go. You know, it's like you have a volume ADSR, and you can
Uh,
choose basic waveforms. It can play up to 8 notes at a time, so that's nice. But you know, it's no frills, pretty simple. But for sitting down and just like practicing scales and things like that, it's great.
well, there's no way to do that currently. There's no keyboard that
No.
is just
Yeah.
has a microtonal layout. You can just sit down and turn it on and noodle around.
Yeah, I
But you
suppose
can
I
do
could just, you know, turn this on, fire up, I don't know, 31, and then, um,
oh wow. There you
yeah,
go.
let me go ahead and, yeah, I don't know if I have, I'll mute what I have on my laptop here. You probably can't hear any of that, right?
I heard something. Was that coming from the board?
Okay, there's a
Yeah, I hear
there's a
that.
buzzing sound that's
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
coming from the actual Hexboard. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah. Yeah, but what I can show you is, let's see, if I, let me go ahead and mute the actual Hexboard
Okay.
and show you
Okay.
microtonal stuff here. This is something that is, I don't know if other synths do this. It does the tuning in the Hexboard itself. So when you pick a tuning, it's, let's say 17. It's going to send out MIDI notes with pitch bend. So
Yeah.
in here, you know, in Logic, you turn on MIDI mono mode, which is, it's MPE, and you set it to the pitch bend to the correct range. Let me make sure I have mine set right. Oh, okay, I have it set to, yeah, okay. Pitch bend range is set correctly, and so now, I'm trying to think, is that, do I have this correct? Yes, yes. Let me see if I can find something a little bit more out there, or just small steps.
Let's hear a
Let's do
microtone.
that. Yeah. Let's- um, oh. Yeah. Yeah. So you can hear that you're getting those little microtones there.
Nice.
And that's coming through just because, you know, I picked that tuning, and then if I go onto the Hexboard menu and I pick a different tuning, it just works on the software. That was the way I originally put in, and then people were saying, hey, we want to use other software with it. And, you know, the MPE stuff, you can't really use it with your, I don't know, it's like the software that goes between your instrument and your plugins.
Yeah.
So you can now do that. So you can turn off the MPE mode,
Excellent.
disable it, and then it just
Excellent.
sends out,
Yeah.
you know, 0 to 128,
Yeah.
or 1 to 128 MIDI note. But then when it gets to the top MIDI note, it jumps to the next channel and keeps going.
Oh, really?
So
That's
you can
good.
have
It's
a
cool.
lot of MIDI notes. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Yeah. Let's
But you
see.
can't just be like, you can't just say, hey, I want this layout. You can't set the vertical
Yeah.
and horizontal axis, right?
Yeah, not yet. Again, it's one of those, like, we've done it in beta firmwares, but it's like I don't have a good way to do that yet.
Sure.
Right now, with each tuning, we just manually plug in all of the different layouts that we want on there. So let's see. Oh yeah, and the colors. Sorry, the colors is one thing that there are other color options. Let me go ahead and pick. So the rainbow one, it goes like around the color wheel as you go
Yes.
through your octave. It's fine for 12.
Sure.
When you get higher than that, it's not that useful. Let's see. It's alt layout. Well, there you go. That shows pretty well. I'm blanking what the alt layout was based off of the kite layout or the kite colors.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's how it was explained to me.
Got it.
I don't quite understand all that, but it works with every tuning. It just generates the layout.
Yeah.
Another one is like piano. So this is going to. So if I was to set it to, let's see, Boson K. Wilson.
Yeah.
However you say that. There you go. There's the piano colors. It's lightly colored, but you know, you
Yeah.
have the black and white keys lit up there.
We all say it differently.
Yeah. There you go. It makes it special.
I'm gonna start saying Boson Quet.
My Boson Quet Wilson.
That's what I told Nick
So-
Nick Avucci when he was here.
Yeah.
I started calling it Boson Quet because he was like,
Nice.
but I don't even know what he said. It just was just insane. But I say Boson
Yeah.
K
Well, another-
usually.
Yeah. Okay. Boson K. Okay.
But,
Another color
yeah,
option that's
but-
an interesting one that somebody added in for me was they call it filament. It's designed to replicate like a tungsten filament, so it's best when set to really bright.
That's cool.
But if it's close to the white keys in 12 EDO, it will be brighter. The brighter, the closer it is. So if it's really dim, it's less 12 than it normally would be.
I like
so it
to-
gives you the general shape.
Yeah, I like to color code mine where it's like all the naturals are one color, all the sharps are one color, all the flats are one color, blah blah blah. Some
Yeah,
tunings have like half flats, half sharps. But you can't do anything like that without knowing how to like code the firmware.
Yeah, I mean that would be like entered in manually, and that cool. But how do you do that? The problem is I only have a knob and click. You know, here,
Sure,
like,
sure.
Rotary click wheel thing. You know, that's how much can I do on this device without it being just a clunky mess. That's one of the big challenges with it. And
Yeah.
you know, it's like I have this limitation and I want to work with it. You
Sure.
know, at some point, far down the road, I'd love to have a web app that you can really dial in on.
That
But,
would be cool, yeah.
It's low on my priorities list. I have a few other things I'm trying to do first.
Yeah, a big thing with microtonal playing is just having the ability to customize layouts, at least in my experience.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
But if you have like a Boson K layout for popular tunings, 22, 31, few others, 17, 19, blah, 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 that's
Yeah.
probably good enough for a lot of people. But
Yeah, I'd say like, let's see, if I go to 19, you know, if I pick out layout, you see we have quite a few layouts here.
oh, okay, compressed Janko,
Yeah.
compressed Boson K, Janko, Boson K, harmonic table, Kleismic, interesting. So you
Yeah.
do have
and
these
then you
layouts.
also have options
yeah.
for, if you want to, you can mirror the layout vertically or mirror it horizontally. Some people have
that's
bought
cool.
to and wanted to make a left-handed version
That's
of a
cool.
layout or something
Yeah.
like that.
Definitely cool.
So those I thought, okay, those are easy toggles to add without, you know, making the interface really clunky.
Sure. Another thing I like about the Hexboard is that like it's got all these cool visual modes. Like you press a
Oh,
key
yes.
and like different things light up. And
Yes. Oh, that was
it
one of my
looks
favorite
so
things
cool.
to put in.
yeah, I love that. I wish
Yeah.
they would do that on
Like-
some other controllers too, you know? Like every
yeah,
controller
like
should
I-
do that.
I
Stuff like
think
that.
so.
Yeah.
Although it's like I think about something like the Lumitone. It's like it would be amazing if they could do that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's possible that the sensors that they use to detect the keys, like the Hall effect sensors, depending on how it's set up, they might be sensitive to current fluctuating up and down. And if you're pulling a lot of power from LEDs, it can make the voltage drop a little bit in your system. And when that happens, then all of the sensors read differently. And so it's possible. I don't know that this is the case. You know, it's possible that the LEDs run off a completely different circuit. But I would guess maybe that would be why
Sure.
not. Or you know, it's just
You know better than I do.
too much fiddly stuff. Yeah. But that was one of those things that in developing, I suppose I can mention it. This is not very public at this point, but I'm working on a version with Hall effect keys. This is a year out, I'd say at this point.
Oh
but-
my goodness. This is going to be a velocity sensitive Hexboard.
Yes, velocity sensitive hexboard.
This is what the
and,
people have
among
been
other things.
craving.
They've been asking me since I released the original, and I thought, that's exactly what I wanted. But I also would prefer to have something as opposed to just giving up on it.
Yes.
But yeah. This is
Never give up.
this is what I've been working on, and it's I thought I'd have it out by 2025. It did not happen. It's an order of magnitude more complex than what I was doing on here, and I'm excited for what it's becoming, but it's not quite there.
I see.
One of the things in my early development was I would hit a button, I'd change the LED brightness, and then all of a sudden the sensors are thrown off, and it's like, oh boy.
Oh, I see.
How do I make this do the reactive effects while not losing the accuracy of the keys?
I see.
So then I have to figure out what's a
man.
tolerable, compromise there.
Does that mean we're not gonna have as many cool effects? Visual
I'm
effects?
aiming for all the visual effects.
Oh man.
I will see. The worst case scenario, I have to turn them off or dial them down.
All the pretty lights, man. Come on.
I know that's like one of the best parts.
It's so cool.
That's kind of a worst case. I have to make it less
You have
intense.
to dim them or less intense.
yeah, it's like
man.
less contrast. But yeah, let's say I go to splash. I have. this
Oh
sort
my
of thing.
god, look at that. That's so cool. I love it.
Something I actually added recently was you can turn down the brightness of the keys when they're not being pressed, but still keep the brightness of the animations high. So now,
Wow.
yeah, it gets blindingly bright. You can see my face lighting up when I.
Yes. That's what we want.
oh.
You get on a stage
Yes,
and start
this
doing
is-
that. It's gonna be amazing.
Absolutely. There we go. Yep. Or beams.
Oh Very cool.
Yeah. Hope you can't hear what it's actually playing because it's not sounding good. I'll tell you that.
I just hear the clacking of the buttons, which sounds
Good.
kind of nice. I like that sound.
Good. These are nice switches. I'm using. There's lots of different kinds of switches. The first ones I used were very clacky on the early models, and then I discovered some quiet ones but they're nice and smooth. I guess let me see how loud it is to me. Yeah, it's fairly quiet to me, but I suppose
Yeah.
it's closer with the microphone right there. Yeah.
It's not super loud, but it's a satisfying sound,
It's,
like hearing somebody
Yep.
playing a game on their controller or typing on a
Yeah,
keyboard or something.
yeah.
Like I don't know, it sounds nice.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've noticed like some of these have cool, like yours has these cool flower
Yes.
designs, and your button has a sun on it and stuff. Do you do a lot of custom designs like that?
I used to do that more. It does take me more time, and so I'm trying to figure out right now how do I incorporate that into keeping the price reasonable, or do I have an option where if somebody wants to go crazy, they can pay me some extra money to
Look
get
at
something done. Yeah, this was my wife's idea. She wanted a flower garden on top, and then what if we had dinosaur bones underneath?
That is so cool.
Yeah.
That's so
Yeah, sounds
fun, man.
fun.
This
Yeah.
instrument is so fun, man. The lights
Yeah.
and
Oh,
the
and then-
designs and
I guess you can't see it very well, but clear along the edge,
yeah.
so all your lights shine through.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's cool. And it seems really lightweight, and it's obviously portable, and
I mean, it's kind of heavy.
it is.
You
It's
can hurt someone with it. Yeah.
heavier than it
Let me
looks.
think. How heavy is it? Is it a kilogram? No, maybe not quite.
That can't be that bad. Gee.
At one point I measured it. No, it can't be that heavy. I don't remember.
I mean, you're not breaking a
Yeah,
sweat carrying it downstairs.
No, you're not. It's fairly nice to carry, but it does have heft to it.
Dude, I used to
Not-
haul my Roland Juno DS without a case downtown
Yeah.
3 times a week to do open mics.
Whew. Wow. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
And
this will be a lot
and that's
easier to
actually a
carry.
lightweight keyboard too, but for
Yeah.
a keyboard. But that thing, dude, that thing
Yeah,
you could carry in a backpack. Right there.
It's
The
true.
hexboard.
It's nice.
Yeah.
But you know, it has some self-defense capabilities in terms of, you know, it's a nice throwable weight.
So if someone starts talking smack about microtones,
Yeah, absolutely.
you can just give them a
That's
good
the
whack
only
with that
reasonable
thing.
response. Yeah.
Very nice.
Right.
Set 'em
Definitely
straight.
worth the cost. You know.
Very cool. Awesome.
And then I do.
yeah.
I also have cases for them now.
Oh, that is a nice case.
Yeah. So
Does
that
that
something
come
recently.
with the purchase, or is that separate?
Yes, it does.
Wow.
Does.
Very nice.
Yep. Yeah, it was. Man, it was something that I wanted to do, and then I ordered it, and then all the tariffs hit, and I was like, oh no, they haven't shipped it yet. I'm in trouble. Fortunately, the levels got to an okay level where I'm like, I can handle this. And then I told them, I told the manufacturer, just don't ship it, please.
Very nice.
You know, let's wait a few weeks for this to cool off.
Cool.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
hey, man. I know you said beforehand that you might only have an hour or so. So normally I wouldn't rush the conversation, but since we do have limited time, do you want to take questions from anyone watching?
Sure.
Does anyone have any
Yeah, I'd love
questions?
to take questions.
Any questions for the man, for Jared himself, shaping the silence?
Yep.
Hexboard.
Me, myself, I.
No questions yet.
Perfect. No questions.
Hey,
Excellent. Buy now.
Well, I'm sure we'll get. Oh, we have one here from Wimp Shrimp. Says,
Sure.
how much does it cost to manufacture a hexboard? I don't know if you want to share
That's a
that.
great question.
But,
So it's. I mean, I can share it.
That's the question.
It's tricky. It's like, okay, well, at what volume? Because there's a certain extent to which it's like, well, in theory, you know, if I'm ordering, let's say I'm ordering 10 circuit boards at a time, I might be able to get it for around like $50 to $60 per circuit board, and then you have about how much in keys? Depending on what switches you get, you could pay anywhere from $40 to like $120 just for the switches. The screen is, you know, $10, and then I don't know what else. Well, the 3D printed case. Oh yeah. In terms of actual materials, you know, you might have like $15 of materials there. And then it's like, okay, well, how many hours of machine time is that? Each one takes 30 hours of machine time to get the plastics made. And if I'm really doing great in terms of assembling them, the partially assembled kits take me, like when I get it assembled to this level, that's maybe 15 minutes. I really worked on dialing that time down. That was like most of the development of the second iteration, was bringing down that build time. Snapping the actual keys in, that's, you know, maybe another 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, and then it's like, well, how much do all the machines I need cost? Let's go over here. You know, I run
Holy
these
moly.
two machines
Look
for
at that.
most of my parts. Yeah.
That's cool.
And then I also recently got a new big shiny machine for my new boards because they need a bit more accuracy. And
Awesome.
they have there's a special build plate that has little codes all over it. Teeny tiny codes that it uses to, like, I don't know, it calibrates the motion system and it works a lot better that way.
Oh, it's so cool.
Now it's zoomed in.
Thanks for showing that
Thank you.
stuff off. It's really neat.
And then, you know, I
actually.
need to get air filters running, because if I'm running
Yes.
these machines for hours and hours and hours,
Yeah.
I can't be doing that without tons of filtration.
Right.
So it's like, if you're doing this yourself, it's fine to just run off one. You're not going to hurt anyone. But it's like, you know, I'm running these hours and
Right.
hours in my own house.
So
I now have to pay
basically,
for all that stuff.
if you just were to look at the price of the parts, they seem very inexpensive. But when you
Price of
consider
parts.
the manufacturing costs, the labor, blah blah blah, that's a little bit harder to put a number on. But yeah.
I mean, it's like, in terms of actual cost, you know, in terms of like let's pretend all the machines are free and, da da da. $150, $200 maybe, per
Okay.
board, something like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a lot of other stuff that goes into it. And then also, I want to make this next one. And this has been a very expensive thing. Like ordering this prototype was $1,200. Because I have to do like really small runs for these prototypes. And so every time I run a prototype, it's like, oh.
Oh, interesting.
Yep.
Okay, I see. All right.
Yep.
Let's see. Do we have any other questions? Delta Quartz says, what are the tech considerations you think about when it comes to thinking of the switches for the velocity sensitive board?
Well, when it comes to just the switches themselves, which are basically a magnet on a spring, these ones I want it to have, it needs to be silent, because I can't be having these things clack, clack, clack. Most people don't want that. Some people do. Most don't. So in terms of that, that's what I'm looking for there. But then it's like the main thing that's to do with these new velocity switches is the sensor back here. And this senses the magnetic field coming from the switch. Sorry, I'm getting excited talking about all this technical stuff. Pardon me. Well, I guess the biggest thing about that is the read speed. How many times are you sampling each sensor? And so you need to sample the sensors extremely frequently in order to tell how quickly the switch is moving. Especially since it's a 4 millimeter travel, and being able to capture that, you need to be going 1,000 times a second on each sensor at least. And then like another thing about the sensors is they're always pulling power if they're on, and so I need to figure out, in order to keep the power usage reasonable for 130 sensors, I have to turn them off in banks. And so I have to like turn it on briefly, capture the current status, and then move to the next set, and on and on down the line. And that's been its own thing.
This is really interesting.
It's possible to it's possible to have the sensors on constantly and just read them, and that would be the easiest way. But I'm trying to do a little bit more than just a USB powered thing. With a built-in sound generator, it's like, why not have batteries? Like,
right.
If you can fit it in a backpack, why do you need to pull out your laptop to run this thing?
Yeah. Sure. I'm with you
so
there.
It's like, okay, well, if I need it to run on batteries, how much power am I allowed to take before the battery life, just goes like that?
I see. So you have a lot of stuff you have to figure out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy.
With these switches, it's just on or off. You don't have to constantly be reading them. They're pretty simple, low power. Anyway, yeah.
I was gonna say it's easy as a microtonal musician to be like, why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Talking about all your favorite controllers, but you don't realize how much goes into actually creating these things and all the limitations of the tech and.
Yep.
Maybe I've learned a lesson from this. We'll see.
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, look, it'd be cool if you could have the thing that does all the stuff for $200. I would love that, and then I'd just quit building these things and do something else with my time. Nobody else is doing this. Yeah. Right.
Okay, I do have more questions if you'd like some more.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Computer says or asks, do you have a shorter name, Mr. Shaping the Silence? And
yes, you can call me Jared.
Okay, and part two of that question, have you made music we may listen to? Do you have music?
I've made music as Shaping the Silence. If you go to my website, shapingthesilence.com, you can see music I've made. It's all 12-tone. Boring. Leave it alone. You can download all the stems to all my music too, because I just put it up there. I made music for a very long time. I stopped because I have literally no time with all this stuff I'm trying to do here.
I see.
Yeah, I also like return on investment extremely low on the music. Like, good luck giving away music for free. I'm giving away music with stems for free. Nobody cares.
Yeah. Hey, you're preaching to the choir here,
that's,
man.
that's just how it is with the music, you know.
I know.
Yeah.
A
You
lot
know,
of
it's
us
like
know.
you spend all this time dialing all the sounds and trying to get it, and it's like, well, okay, nobody cares. That's what it is.
All right. Stephen Weigel asks, do the small keys seem precise to play relative to a piano? A lumitone seems to have roughly piano spacing and muscle memory for things like octaves and fifths, blah blah blah. So are the interval size? Does it feel anything like a piano? I would assume probably not, right?
Closer to a computer keyboard.
Closer to.
That's yeah. So you'll need a little bit more precision than a piano. These are 20 millimeters apart, and so imagine playing a computer keyboard. It's going to be pretty similar spacing there. Yeah, that keeps it, compact enough, and also, you get more buttons.
Very nice. Wimp Shrimp asks, would you ship to the UK?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was something I figured out last year in the middle of the whole tariff situation. I figured out I can get cheaper shipping. If you don't mind waiting a few weeks, you can order. If I keep the price of the total thing under $400, I'm able to ship with a discount shipping. So if you get this kit and then buy the switches directly from China, that's going to be your best bet on pricing. And then, it's I think $324 would be the cost, and then you have to pay like 20-30% for your taxes on top of that. So that's roughly what you'd be looking at if you were to buy it, in the UK or anywhere in the EU, somewhere around there.
Nice. Cool. Any other? No, I guess that's all the questions I have. If we get any others, I guess I'll let you know. Are you in a rush to get out of here, or keep chatting?
Nope.
I am a little curious about your history as a musician. So obviously you play some of these keyboards and stuff. What other instruments do you play? What kind of music were you making when you were still making music?
Growing up, I played piano growing up. So I can play okay-ish piano at this point. And I can sing pretty well. And so
nice.
Those are my instruments. I think I can play 3.5 chords on a guitar. Yeah, that's about my range there, though. I got too into the music production stuff. It's like, oh, it's nerdy. I like it. I can just sit down and make sound.
You're talking about like
that was
making music in a DAW,
like synthesizer. Yeah. Making music in a DAW. That was primarily what I focused on doing, and so that's what I got good at. Oops. AI says not necessary anymore.
Oh no. Yes. I've been learning that lately.
Yeah.
How to produce.
Yeah.
I think it's really cool. It's really tricky. Interesting stuff. But yeah, I played piano for years, and that's all I wanted to do. But now I just want to do sound design. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Well.
Yeah.
Hey man, do you got anything else you'd like to say? Anything else you'd like to any wisdom for the people?
A fun curiosity. Here's another one of my instruments I built.
Oh.
It is a Guitar Hero.
Wow.
So let's just pull this up. But I gutted it and replaced, put batteries in it. So like you tilt it and whoa, the lights move.
Oh, that is cool.
You strum down and you strum up and it goes that way.
What?
Yeah. I even had a dance pad, like DDR. DDR dance pad that I made from scratch, and I put lights under the foot switches and everything, and so you get those kind of swirling rainbow animations underneath your footsteps.
I like how there's so much of the lighting up and all these fun visual effects. Yeah.
I mean, it's especially like my goal with doing this stuff was like I want I wanted to play electronic music like you would make in a DAW. You're spending all this time getting all the stuff sequenced, blah blah blah. And then I wanted to take that and make it into an interesting live experience. And it's like the DJ thing is just boring. I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you
and so
do
it's
on
like,
stage?
okay,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like what am I doing? Well, I need to do something with my hands.
Right.
And while I'm at it, keep my feet busy too, because I don't know how to dance. Oh, I have to stomp on the switches now? Great. Perfect.
Interesting. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, so it was like I was trying to build that sort of thing up, and I was able to get one song done, and I made a video out of it in 2020, like right after the lockdowns and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was pretty proud of it, and then I kind of burned out at that point. I was like,
Yeah.
what next? How do I top that? I don't know. And, the answer would have been continue and just make a whole show's worth of stuff. But
That's not what you did.
probably too much work. Sounded
Yeah.
like a lot of work. It's like, no, there has to be an easier way.
Yeah. Delta Quartz has another question. He said, do you do any electronics lighting work for videos or stage productions? Seems like you've totally got the tech and skill set for it.
No. This is all like, I wanted to do it, so I figured out how. It's like, watch some YouTube tutorials, break a lot of things, and figure it out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, I even had stage lighting for it that I built myself, and I had a thing I had on my arm where I could point it at the different lights and press a button on my finger, and it would shoot the lights.
Yeah.
I was going for a whole like Metroid kind of theme thing where it's like I had a blaster on my arm and there was two buttons that I could switch on here, and one button would switch the weapon, it would change the color of it, and then the other one would shoot. And depending on which weapon I shot the lights with, it would have different sounds, different parts of the song that it would trigger, things like that.
Interesting.
Yep.
Um,
So hey, if anybody wants that, I need to give it to somebody.
Any
It's just taking up
takers?
space in my room.
Stephen Weigel says, have you ever done a piece at an electroacoustic conference? Your installations would
No.
slay.
Wait. Thanks. Actually, yes.
Yes.
I did one live performance in front of real people.
Whoa.
Yeah, somebody reached out to me and they wanted me to play in like a little thing they were putting on, and I said yes, and then I had no idea what I was doing, and I was in the middle of building new instruments, and so I kind of cobbled something together, and it was okay. I didn't die, and people seemed happy. So,
Cool.
yeah, I did do that once. It was terrifying. I'm probably just like a lot of the failure. Looking back, I'm like, I was just trying to avoid doing the hard things.
Yeah.
I was trying to think my way out of the problem of doing hard stuff.
I
Think hard
see.
enough. I
Yeah.
wanted to work hard. Yeah.
Right. Who wants to work hard?
That doesn't work. No. No.
You can be like me and you can just work
no.
really hard for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. See, there you go. That's it. Well, see, I would work really hard doing things that didn't scare me as much. That
Sure.
was the thing for me. It was like, doing production, sitting down and working with synths or learning, this, that, or the other thing, that doesn't scare me. Getting in front of people and doing it is like, ooh, wow, what?
Yeah.
And it might not be perfect.
Right.
I might
Oh.
mess up.
Well, we all have our limitations,
Yeah.
We all have our comfort zone and all that. I for one am
Yeah.
glad that you're making these cool isometric controllers, but it'd be cool to see perform or something too. I know you used to live stream. Did you do music
Yeah.
live
Oh, yeah.
streaming? Or
I would do music production.
Yeah.
So a lot of like teaching people as I'm going and just also chatting, but then also the last couple years of it, I realized, oh, this is bad for me.
oh really?
Because like the constant stream of chat as I'm going is too much for my personality. Like I want everyone to be happy.
I
And
see. Yeah.
the most vocal people in chat are the people who
Complaining.
who are the most
Yeah.
demanding.
You're right.
And the least, it's like they're just trying to control you. And I
Sure.
would
Yeah.
just lean into that. I just let that happen.
Yeah.
I was not good at it. So, after, a few years, well, no, it was not after a few, it was after like 8 or 9 years of
Oh,
streaming
wow.
regularly. I was
Nuts.
like, this is really bad for me.
That's a long time. You must have had a decent
Yeah,
following
it
at that
was-
point. I mean,
I put in a lot of hours.
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would get a regular, like,
Did you get paid for that?
6 to 12
Did you have
viewers.
subscribers and stuff? Very
little
little.
bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Cool.
I might have made, let's say over the course of 8 or 9 years, maybe I made $500.
Hey, man, you're my hero, dude.
Yeah.
I've made $5.
Yeah, there you go.
Made $5 off of streaming.
Yeah.
And it's only it
Fair
hasn't
enough.
been 9 years
I
yet.
suppose, like,
But
as far as music, it's like, I've made a few $100s off of music. If you don't count how much I spent and all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
if you don't count what you spent, right? You
Yeah,
count
yeah.
that, you
Yeah.
lost money on music.
That doesn't count. What? It's music.
Yeah,
You're not supposed to make money.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about music. It's like, because you can't make good music with a motivation of, I'm doing this, I need to maximize revenues, It's a tricky thing. It just doesn't work that way.
right. I mean, if you think about that and you're not making money, you're gonna be really frustrated.
Yeah, because like,
Yeah.
to make really good art, it's one of those things where it's like, it can't be motivated primarily by money. It's like, if you want to make something that's good, it has to challenge people in a way. It's like it has to be something that people can grow from. And the thing that's going to get the most eyeballs, the most money, whatever, is not that.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. But
So
then
they're
at
like-
the same time, everyone's trying to do that. So
Right.
either way, you don't win.
It's like impossible to stand out, and then I don't know.
Yeah.
It's difficult
It's
to do.
like, I have friends who make great music, and I'm like, man, if I was rich, I would just pay them and tell them, make more, please.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
but I can't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's like one I'll be like, oh, this one that you made is really good. He's like, yeah, that one doesn't get a lot of streams. I'm like, yeah, but it's really good.
Right. I know. It used
Yeah.
back in the olden days
Back
of,
in the old days.
of the classical music, they had like patrons
Before
and
we
all that.
ruined everything. Yeah.
We need
there's a lot of good to that system. There's ups and downs. But
now we have
here's where we
Patreon.
are, and we gotta. Yeah. And by the way, linked below, you can get to the. Is that? I don't
You have a Patreon?
No.
Oh, I
Wait,
thought
maybe.
that's
I don't know
that's
if
what you were getting at.
deactivated it. No.
I don't have one.
if I do, don't give to it. Yeah.
Don't follow Shaping the Silence on Patreon, please.
Yeah. Leave me alone.
Right, because if someone signs up, you have to give them something. That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't make a Patreon.
That's a lot.
Because I'm like, what am I going to give
That's a
someone?
lot.
I have nothing to give.
Nothing to give. Nothing. No one's interested in me. Nobody's watching.
Yeah, you're saying my thoughts
I mean,
out
some
loud
people
right
just-
now.
Let's see. Some people do want to just give because they're like, oh, this is really cool, and I want to see more of it.
Yeah.
And so some people, and that's cool. I like that, and I'm like that with some people that whose work that I enjoy, but it's not that much at this point.
Hey, you a fan of any microtonal music, or do you just tolerate us?
No, I absolutely tolerate it. I tolerate it very well. Some would say too well.
Really?
No, there've been some things that I've really enjoyed. It's like Lumitone. I'm sure they spent good money producing all of those videos they made. Oh my goodness, with some of those artists.
Sure.
Absolutely enjoy that. It's good stuff.
You like Lumitone artists.
Battaglia?
Mike
Was it?
Battaglia,
Yeah.
Zia Arose, maybe. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, I listened to some of those. Like as I was building, when I was in the stage where I had to solder all of them together, I would just put on like a whole playlist of that stuff for a while. I was just soldering for hours.
Oh, you do like it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not listening to it all the
You've
time.
gone out of your way to hear it over an
Yeah.
extended period of time.
It was an accident. A misclick, really. I couldn't control it though. I had work to get done.
You couldn't be bothered to change the channel.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. All
No,
right.
I enjoy it, and I like. So I have a thing in my Discord where people who have the Hexboard can post things that they've made. It's such a pleasure to hear when somebody just makes something with the Hexboard microtonal. I'm like, yes, they're making things. I love it. More, please.
Yeah.
And I probably should ask people for permission to post on social media because I don't post on social media, but I should do that. Be like, hey, can I post this video you made, please? Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be cool to.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I'd love to see like some microtonal hexboard stuff.
Yeah.
I saw a video I think it was you and your friend jamming, or you and some other guy both playing hexboards.
Yep. Yeah, that's one of my producer friend. He does music professionally, it was really fun. I got to go visit him and build that with him. That was fun.
Nice.
Let's see. Yeah, on my Discord, I have a place for people to just post live performances or hexboard performances. There you go. That's something that I've really enjoyed seeing those performances come in because there's some really creative things out there. And also, people like get the hexboard and then they're making stuff right away. I'm like, how are you playing with both hands at the same time? I can't do that. How do you do this? It's like I've been practicing on my computer keeper. What?
Wow.
Yeah.
And you played piano, you said.
Yeah. I mean, I was whiny enough at about 12 that my parents decided we're done.
To let you go. They let you quit.
Yeah. I won. Ha!
Yeah, I teach piano. I experience that all the time.
Mm. Yep.
Teenagers love to quit.
Yeah. Whoops.
Very nice.
I shouldn't have, but oh well. I have important things to do.
You gotta hang out with your friends and stuff, man.
Yeah. Well,
play video games.
Not that. No, it's like I gotta. I don't know. It's probably play Mario Kart or something.
Dude, when I was a teenager, I had to run off with all my buds and get into trouble.
No, man. Playing out in the woods. I guess I would do that. Yeah.
Did some of that too. Yeah.
And building tree forts with wood from the neighbor's yard. He was not happy about that one.
Really? Your neighbor yelled at you for stealing his wood?
Oh, absolutely.
Was it like? Wait, was it like his? Was it random wood or was it his lumber?
Well, it was random wood. So it was random wood, and it was right at the property line. It was questionable if he wanted it or not, but.
But these were planks of wood, or it was like a dead tree?
Assorted random pieces of wood, planks. Yeah.
Planks.
Like scrap wood from this or that project.
So his old Home Depot wood.
Yeah.
You rapscallions went and burgled it.
Absconded with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
No, it's okay. There we go. Now I'm in trouble.
Yes.
Wee.
Right.
Yep.
Very nice. All right,
Yeah.
cool. Well, hey man, thanks for hanging out with us and chatting and
Of course.
everything. And
Yeah.
I think that's all the questions from everybody. But dude, it's
I'm trying to think if
been a
there's
pleasure
anything
talking
more.
with you for sure. Yeah, if there's anything else you want to share,
Thank you. Yeah.
please do.
Let's see. See, now I actually got to check and see how many I have in stock right now in my store.
Yeah,
Probably
let us
just a handful,
know.
But
I was looking at the website. I saw you've got a couple like pre-made. You've got a couple like plug in your own
yeah.
buttons. So there are some
Yes.
hex boards out here.
There are some available. Yeah. So I have. Oh, I probably should make another clear one. I just sold that one, but there's one that was printed with fully clear filament on it. It kind of ended up looking frosted clear,
Oh, cool.
which was a lot of fun. Let's see. Yeah. If you go there and select the clear one, it's not in stock anymore, but I should probably make another one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tin Michael says, great show. Delta Quartz says, thank you so much for the fantastic interview. Computer said, yes, piano lessons quitter club.
Yeah.
More showcase of what people are doing on Hexboard. Metroid inspired music is on my list. I love AM2R OST.
Yeah.
Xeno Index says good
Yeah.
stuff. I'm a big Metroid fan myself. I love Super Metroid
Yeah.
hacks, man. I play those like every weekend.
Yeah, I mean the aesthetic really gets me. Like, I think it was right before I stopped producing music. Is like I was really getting into a groove of building out these like scenes in Blender that sort of had a bit of sci-fi stuff in it, and then having a track for that.
That's
Sort
cool.
of have a little animated scene with a song to go with it. That was also one of those like I built up too much. I could never sustain that, and I thought I can't go back to doing not that. You know, that's a
Life.
yeah. That's building up expectations to here, and then being like, well, if I can't meet that, I might as well just disappear off the face of the earth.
Dude, there's a million things I've poured so much myself into and never finished. It's just so insane, man.
I mean, if I open my projects that I didn't finish, I have projects that are at the 90% line, like nearly done. Representing probably over 1,000 hours of work, and
Yeah.
it's like, could I finish it? Maybe, or I just don't care enough anymore. But it's good stuff. That's just too bad.
And what are you gonna do, man?
Yeah. But in the meantime, hey, if you're interested in what I make, cool, enjoy it. It's there for you to enjoy. There's fun stems in there. You could even grab samples out of it and do whatever you want with it. That's fine.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. But you put the stems up.
Yeah, I don't know how long. Like my website's been a little bit iffy on that, but if you can download them, cool, do it. Should be there though.
Nice.
Yeah, let's see. I'm going to go to screen capture. Wow, look at that. Yeah, go to my website and music archive. Look at that. There we go. So if I go to one of these, whoa! You click on this, you get the animation and the song. Yeah.
That's
Some
cool.
Flavor text there. Cool. Yeah. So I spent a lot of time building this up, and then it's like, well, yeah. But there you go. You can download it. You can get stems for it. Oh, and I made 3D printables for different parts. Oh yeah. Even in the scene, I made little parts that you could 3D print.
Interesting.
Oh, even the Blender source file for this scene. Wow.
You can
Forgot about that.
3D print stuff from the video.
Yeah. There's like these little light up cubes falling out of a broken container ship or something. Yeah.
Interesting.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
That is interesting. It's like this big multimedia thing.
Yeah, it was what I was trying to go for, and it's like, yeah, maybe if I had the time to just like keep this running for a while, I could have done something with it, but I didn't have time for that, and this Hexboard thing started taking off, and I was like, well, this is serving more people better to build the Hexboard. I should probably do that because I enjoy it, and might as well.
Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I look forward to hearing about Hexboard updates and stuff.
Yeah, right. Hey, I'll let you know when I have something more than this to show off. it might be a while, but I'll probably need to start going up as guest on different streams or things like that to do marketing.
Sure. No, I mean,
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming in, and like, people ask me about controllers all the time, and I do usually mention Hexboard because it's one of the more affordable options. And now I know a lot more about it, so I can tell people the nitty-gritty. Let them know what they're going to get.
Appreciate that.
So yeah, it was really cool to see what you can do on this.
Actually, a question for the audience. How much would I have to charge to sell to basically everyone? and then it's
what price would get you to buy, ladies and gentlemen? Why have you not bought a Hexboard? What's your price?
Come on, what's wrong with you?
I can tell you, you know what? I don't know what, if it was, you want the honest answer?
Sure, yeah. That's fine.
I think if it was $200, maybe I would have bought one already.
Like a no-brainer kind of thing.
If it was $100, I would have definitely bought one. I mean, I'd buy one probably tomorrow.
Just,
But I think 200 would be reasonable.
200. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
Wimp Shrimp says I'm hooked on 350 pounds. I think that is. Raffi says I bought one at 200 without keys.
Nice.
200 pounds, says Wimp Shrimp. Zeno says add velocity and I buy. Actually, that's really the big thing for me. That's really why I didn't get one. Right. It's because it didn't have velocity.
So the tricky thing, velocity.
Yeah.
That will cost more, and I cannot say it any other way. It will cost more, and that's what it's gonna be. But yes, I will try to. So the thing about making it with velocity, here's another thing. So as I'm making it with velocity, these sensors are kind of expensive, and I have 133 of them. So it's like all that stuff, and then it's like, okay, what can I add to the board to make it more valuable without adding much more to the bill of materials? That's been one of the challenges. Like, okay, what value do I add? So right now, what I'm working towards is a battery built, or an optional battery, because shipping batteries is really complicated, and I don't think I have the overhead to do that. But like an 18650, like a vape battery cell, essentially. Drop that in there, and then you have a rechargeable battery, and then a better synth, something that can maybe a sampler or some other stuff on there. Those are the things that I'm building out right now that are adding a lot of the complexity, but it shouldn't add too much to the cost for me to add those features versus just the main surface here that I built.
I mean, I think it'd be reasonable.
That's another thing about building. Yeah.
It'd be reasonable to pay a little more for velocity, in my opinion. But it's sort of the thing where it's like, I don't know if I want to pay anything for a controller that has no velocity, or if I do, it should be pretty cheap.
Right.
Somebody asked how much would it be to ship one to Canada?
Canada? I mean, I think it would be about.
Computer asked that.
So if you want it,
how much to ship to Southwest Canada?
The best way would be to get the partially assembled kit. So it won't have switches. You'll have to buy your own keyboard switches. But the cheapest way to get it is that. It'll be $324 to get it shipped to Canada, I think, and then you'll have to pay, maybe have to pay fees on it. Sometimes when I've shipped to Canada, they've had to pay taxes on it. Sometimes they haven't. I can't say for sure.
It's weird stuff with the tariffs.
Budget 20% just in case. But 324 plus. An additional 20%. Just assume that. Get the partially assembled kit. Order key switches or like the keyboard switches direct from China. That's the cheapest way to get it. If you buy fully assembled, I have to use a more expensive shipping option because I have to charge more for that. It goes over the $400 price point, and then I have to use more expensive shipping.
So for me personally, and I say this in part because Delta Quartz said, admittedly, I'm not in the market since I already bought the Lumitone, but it's exciting to have this available for future microtonalists. But I'm thinking maybe I personally, because I have a Lumitone as well, and I have a instrument, So it's like, would I even want a Hexboard? Well, if it had a standalone synthesizer and I could walk, because I can't do that right now. It'd be nice to have a portable instrument that I could noodle around on.
Yeah.
Take to the park or whatever, because I like, I haven't left the house in years, mostly thanks to microtones. So
yeah, whoops.
That would be. No, I'm just
I don't
kidding.
know. I've fallen into a hobby and I can't get up.
Right, exactly. So yeah, I think if it was portable and I could go mess around in the park or on my friend's porch and all that, like that would incentivize me to think about it at least.
In quitting music, I think it was I realized actually plugging it into the DAW and like getting an instrument loaded, and that's a lot of friction to practice. Like that. I realized how much of a bother it is, and I was like, I need to fix that. Because if you actually have a portable instrument, you should be able to just power it up and go.
Yeah, it's nice. It's just nice to be able to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
And Raffy Beatbox says, I paid about $80 for 160 switches from China a few days ago. Got a few extra because just in case. Plus, it was free shipping at $80.
Yeah. Nice.
Computer says, practice friction is a useful term. I will keep this in my mind. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's like you don't want to have to. Okay, in order to do the thing that's hard, that's way harder to do than sitting down and watching Netflix. I have to go over to this thing, turn on my computer, load up the DAW, open the plugin, get this da. It's like, okay, good luck.
Right.
Netflix is going to win 9 times out of 10.
Zeno says the friction is real. The friction is real. Excuse me, Jared. The friction is real. Agree or disagree? The friction is real. Quick.
Agree?
Thank you.
Yeah,
yes,
always.
the friction is real. Okay, very nice, very nice. Plug into synth to though. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Raffy. Okay, any other comments or questions? Do you have any other questions for the chatters or viewers, whatever you want to call them?
The
people.
Kind of.
Yes.
The people. What do they want?
What do the people want?
As far as what do the people want? I mean, so as I'm building out the new thing, I need to come up with a new menu system. Currently, it's the system I have is sort of, I don't know, it's tricky because like each tuning has attached to it a bunch of layouts and a bunch of scales and a bunch of blah blah. Okay, in order to do that, every single time I add a tuning, I have to fill out scales, layouts, and things like that. I have to populate that manually. How would people want a generator function to work? Like X EDO, or each step is X hertz or something like that.
I have a lot of thoughts on this if you want to hear mine.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
and the reason is because I have a Linstrument, and I don't know if you're familiar with Kite Gudritis, but he's a big microtonal guy. He's made like the Kite guitar. He's done a lot of like microtonal theory and stuff. He's also been developing custom firmware for the Linstrument that makes it microtonal.
Okay.
And
gotcha. Hey, sorry, I got
go for
child crying outside my door who should be asleep right now.
Uh-oh. Hey man, do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. In the meantime, Raffy said just saying hooking it up to a DAW isn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Raffy. I didn't understand your comment earlier, but that makes sense. Yes, it'd be nice to be able to do both. Yeah. It should be a standalone synth and a MIDI controller. You could probably get Savage for help. He did make Scala. Okay. Good point, I guess. I have 3.5 millimeter audio jack, MIDI, and USB MIDI. For layout generation, the more options, the better.
So you're saying something about Kite and firmware?
Yes. So like basically in the firmware you choose the EDO, right? And then you choose the horizontal and the vertical offset. So basically how many EDO steps it is from left to right and how many it is up and down. So I think that would more or less be the same on Hexboard. Maybe you'd have to do one diagonal instead. I'm not really sure exactly.
I mean that makes sense. I could
But
totally do
it'd
that.
still be
Yeah,
a two-dimensional. Like you could still express it in 2 or 3 dimensions or whatever. If you put in 2 parameters, you'd have the whole layout. But the thing is
Okay, yeah,
that
that makes sense because
yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Go on.
the other
I
thing
mean, it's like in yeah.
you can tell it like every note is this particular color. So if you're in like 22 Edo, you get 22 lights that show up and you select the color for each note. See what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Yeah,
But-
that makes a lot of sense. I mean, in the firmware right now, let's actually, I kind of want to pull it up, but it's essentially you have to define a layout. It's 3 numbers. So one number is what's the note in the middle of the board, and then one number is so there's like 2 offsets. So it's like, okay, what is this key is what the first number is. And then the next one is what's this, how many steps is this, and how many steps is this.
Yeah.
You know, you get
Exactly.
those, and then it populates the whole layout from there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah, that makes sense. That could be done. Then I would have to, so I'd have to ignore all of the scales. Yeah, tuning and layout would kind of be combined into one thing. So you pick EDO, you pick layout, you design your layout, and then you don't have scales. Color options, there's one color option where on here it's manually entered into the firmware code. The rest are generative, which would all work without having to pre-program in your own layout color. That could work. It could work. I've got to figure out how to simplify then towards that. Because I think what I need to do is have 2 different ways of building layouts. One would be your in-depth way where you have a web app similar to what the Lumitone does, where you pick each key and you assign it whatever thing, which looks like a real pain. And
It is, yeah.
I would not want to do that.
Super annoying.
But it's like, okay, you have that option for the people who really want to assign each key. But then the other option would be XEDO, Y in this direction and Z in that direction, and then boom, there's your layout.
Yeah.
You can pick your colors for that. Okay. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then make that, and then you can save it. Okay. Actually, no, I'm thinking this through. Okay, this could work because then you have with the color options. There's the one color mode where it's the one named tiered is like one that gets pre-programmed in for each layout. That one could be you set these colors yourself. Like each note in the octave, you pick which color it is. But then the other ones, you could just have generative layouts like the kite colors here, or rainbow of fifths, or piano layout, or alt piano, or filament. Like these can all be attached to any EDO without any additional programming.
Yeah. Yeah, the kite colors. That's the same
Okay,
kite
okay.
I was just talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, same guy.
Okay. That sounds doable. I would need to strip back a lot of the current features and rebuild. So I think I won't do it on this board at this point. But I think what I'll do is I'll build towards that on the new board, and then backport it to the old one when I get that working, because the chips that run these boards are similar enough where I can port the code between them fairly easily. It's just that the newer one has a bit more horsepower in it. You can do a little bit more on it.
Cool. Nice. Yeah. Well, that'd be awesome. Delta Quartz says, I think more efficient layout generation is a huge way to get a step ahead of Lumitone because it's very clunky and requires a lot of work in the Lumitone editor.
Yeah.
Exon says this guy's
that's
project's
part of why we did the presets, the tuning presets, is because like it wants you to be able to just pick
Yeah.
Pick your EDO, pick your layout, you're off to go. You know?
Presets are nice.
So each EDO that's
yeah.
in here has a handful of presets.
Not everyone wants to figure out all their presets too, so it's good to like have some of the like the Bose and K, Wiki Haydn, just to have those in different tunings. Computer says it'd be nice to have options outside of EDO, like to set the horizontal and vertical interval to just any interval or sense value. So basically just any rank 2 tuning. You just say this way is this many cents, that way is that many cents.
That
or just
like,
interval. Blah, blah.
I need to think that like that sort of thing. I need to know like several of these things. So it's like the XEDO thing, great, good to know that. But then the other stuff, I need to know that when I'm building the architecture, so that way I'm not trying to duct tape a module onto there to make it work.
Yeah, and I would encourage
when I build the code from the ground up. Yeah.
I would encourage anyone who is interested in Hexboard and because obviously Jared is interested in what people want and wants to make Hexboard what people want it to be, you know what I mean? To join his Discord, because he has a Discord server.
I don't have a Discord. I don't know. You could probably grab it off my website.
I can find your Discord, or or do you prefer that or email or what? How should they get a hold of you?
If you just DM me on Discord or email me, jared@shapingthesilence.com, that'd be fine too.
Cool.
I can't say I'm going to implement all this stuff right now, but I want to know this stuff as I'm building the new system. Because I think I'm going to kind of build from scratch for the new board, and then once it gets mature enough to where it has more features than the old board, then I'll move it backport it to the old board. My intention is to keep updating this as long as I reasonably can, because people paid good money for it, and I want to honor that. So far, I've had updates going for this for a while.
Hey, that's more. It's more than what some of the other people.
Yeah. I mean, software is expensive. Paying people to do that stuff, wildly expensive. Doing it myself is very time consuming. I might use AI. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Wait, what? No, just.
What? Hey! Heretic! Burn the heretic! One of the things about AI, so it's really dumb sometimes. It's sometimes helpful. Great, I love that. One day, they're going to start charging what it actually costs and then some. I don't know if it'll be worth paying for at that point. We'll see. Because right now, oh my goodness, they're losing so much money.
It's a steal right now.
Which means someday it's not, and it's going to have to be the opposite.
So if you want to code with AI, do it now while the getting is good.
Yeah, do it now, but also don't get too dependent on it.
Because once they pull the rug from under you, you are going to be
done.
Doomed.
I mean, it's like social media. It's like social media was free and amazing and happy roses. And then
wait, what happened to it? Oh, the ads. Yes.
I mean, the ads. They just got worse and worse and worse. But social media is way cheaper to run than these AI systems, so I don't know how they're going to get the money out. Who knows? That'll be fun.
You know what? I don't know how anyone does anything. I'm just bumbling along.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
think that's how we all do things.
Computer says, and this is funny, come from computer. I can't believe I never thought about that AI one. Always be free. Wow, won't always be free. What? What a weird way to put that.
Like I'm paying $20 a month. I'm paying $20 a month for premium. For some of the premium stuff because I use it a lot for coding. But $20 does not cover how much it actually costs.
Yes. Rafi says social media also selling your data to bad actors.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, very nice. We love that.
AI won't do that though. They promised they wouldn't. So you can trust them.
They're different now. They've learned their lesson.
They're different. They're changed. Yeah.
Everyone has grown We're all wiser, more mature,
Absolutely. I mean, that's
more considerate and compassionate human beings.
Yes. I mean, yeah, of course.
And Rafi also says AI will burn down your house, steal your job, and take your wife. What do you think of that, Jared?
It's entirely possible. I can't stop it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're not gonna save us?
Nope, I don't stand a chance. I'm too small. I can build hexboards. That's my contribution to society right
With
now.
a little help from AI.
I can build hexboards. I can raise my kids and do an okay job there.
Nice.
There's my contributions to society.
Do you give your children a weekly survey to provide feedback on your fathering skills?
I really should. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, how do you think I've been doing? Ah! Fair.
Nice.
Yeah.
Will AI
They're-
raise our kids? That's my question.
If you let it.
If you let it?
It will. Yep. People let YouTube raise their kids. People let all sorts of things raise their kids because it's easier. Raising kids is hard. It's yeah.
I wouldn't know, man. But I imagine it is.
It's challenging. It's good though. But I don't want to bore everyone talking about that all stream.
Yes, Parenting 101 with Gordon Weary and Jared.
Yeah. There we go.
Delta Quartz says, Dad was bad this week. I didn't get enough ice cream. Angry face.
That's right. You know what? Survey says that. I'll have to do better. I'll do better.
And Rafi says, get AI to interview the kids. Nothing could go wrong.
Excellent. Absolutely nothing could go wrong. No. And the AI is like, can you step out of the room, please? I just want to ask them a few questions.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yep.
good. Okay. Anything else? Shall we?
I think we've done it.
Shall we wrap this
done
up? We did it. We did it, man. This was a good.
We did it.
Good
We
talk. I
survived.
do appreciate you taking some time out. I know you're a busy guy, busy man, building keyboards, raising kids. So yeah, for you to take some
that's
time
really
out
about
to talk to the people and, well, I don't know what you do. I'm sure you do a lot, but anyway, I'm just saying.
That's literally what I do.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. That's 99% of it.
But no, yeah, thanks. I do appreciate it. And, it was a pleasure chatting with you.
Thank you.
And hey, man, you're welcome back anytime. If you want to come back and promote
All right.
Hexboard some more, hit me up, dude. And
All right. Well, thank you much.
I'm also happy to share more thoughts on keyboards and stuff. I have a lot. I'm very opinionated about this stuff. If you can't tell.
Okay, I love
So,
it. Just what I need.
dude, I would love to tell you what I want.
If I ask AI what I should do, I'll be like, should I do this? That's brilliant. I love it. I'm like,
Yes.
I know.
Oh, before you go though, I do this question, and I want you to take this very seriously. Oberluden Herschel M asks, and please, this is a weighty question. So, what are his thoughts on 343? The number 343. What are his thoughts?
Oh, yeah. I've heard that that's a number that some people really, really like. I don't understand why people would divide octaves into so many notes when they could simply temper things, or is it tempering? I don't know. JI, that's a thing.
You got it, man. You're preaching to the choir now, man. I'm with you.
I mean, at that point, you just use an unfretted instrument. Like, what are you doing?
Oberluden says you should incorporate it into your designs.
Oh, 343? Okay.
Yes.
Got it. I should 343 keys. Yeah. That's great. 133 to 300. I mean, triple the price. That's gonna keep people interested. I like that.
Would be a lot of keys. Would be a lot of keys.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 times as much and get 1% of the customers.
What? Come on. No. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Cool.
Yep.
Well, hey. I got a couple big announcements. Do you want to go before, or do you want to go now? I'm gonna announce a couple things about this next interview. Blah blah blah.
I think I'm going to be done here. I'll get back to
Cool.
I think everybody fell asleep and needed to fall asleep.
Very nice. Thanks again,
Yeah.
Jared. I do
All right.
appreciate it. And everybody, please check out Hexboard if you weren't aware of it before. It is definitely worth investigating if you're into isomorphic controllers. It's really cool. Got a lot of really cool features, and it's microtonal friendly. And it's still in development. We're gonna see a velocity sensitive version sometime around the bend.
Eventually.
So, yeah, stay tuned for that. All right, cool, Jared. I appreciate it, man. Have a good rest of your night. And,
You as well.
yeah, man. Okay. Cool. Later. All right. There we have it. That was it. That was Shaping the Silence. So thanks everybody for checking that out. I do have a couple announcements though, and stream's not over. 2 weeks from today, our next guest will be Doduzil, the electronic music producer. Doduzil. We'll be talking to her in a couple weeks. And another announcement about the stream. And if you guys aren't familiar with Doduzil, check out Collected Refractions. Very cool microtonal album. Electronic music. Excuse me. The other thing is that I'm going to start hosting a jam on the stream. We're going to start doing a jam on the stream. I think at first we're going to just do every Wednesday. If you want to come in, we are going to do a jam. You might be thinking, how do you do a jam on the internet? Well, Reaper has this thing called Ninjam, and I'll post more information about this in like Zen Harmonic Alliance Discord and on my Discord and blah blah blah. But you can get this thing called Ninjam, and it gives everybody a metronome, and there is lag, but it accounts for the lag in the timing. So it's not like perfect, but you can actually do, and we've actually done it on stream before. It's been a while, but I've done it with several people. We've done it a couple times, and it does work. But I haven't explicitly said, hey, we're going to do a jam night. So that is what we're going to start doing. I think the first one is going to be Wednesday after this coming Wednesday. So whatever day that is. What's today? The 7th? So it'll be on the 18th will be the first one. So yeah, Doduzil in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today at 10 p.m. That'll be on, what day was that? The 21st, I think. Saturday the 21st at 10 p.m. We're going to talk with Doduzil. And our first jam is going to be Wednesday the 11th. Just for the duration of the stream. Anyone who wants to come in and jam will be welcome to do that. Okay. On that note, the interview is done. So if you're here for the interview, that part's done. I am going to keep streaming. I'm going to go jam on the Lumitone. I do need a couple minutes to set that up, though. Let's listen to some music while I'm setting that up. We'll just listen to some Doduzil, in fact, some Collected Refractions while I'm setting that up. And yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. Hyperdozo. Works now. Oberluna, where you been, dude? You think you got things you need? Do you think you have more important things to do than come to my stream? Where you been, man? Sick Freak 666. Not this Diddy blood resident sleeping. Dude, Mr. Leaky, your son is here, man. I don't know if Mr. Leaky's here. That was a fun chat. Fall asleep before... Dude, stay up. What do you mean you fall asleep? I'm just kidding, man. You just live your life the way you need to live it. Don't worry about me, man. It's not like I self-injure or anything every time you don't show up. It's not like I give myself 343 lashes every time you don't show up. You're working on perfect 343 music? Like better than Steven Weigel? There's no way it's better than Steven Weigel's. Or do you think you're gonna award yourself the contest winner? I had a friend who did that. He put on a Mario Kart competition and 3D printed some trophies and won the competition. He orchestrated the whole thing. Hosted it, won him, gave himself his own 3D printed trophy. I think if you're that good at something, you should never host. You know what I mean? Although I guess it happens sometimes. Saw that with a Super Metroid speedrunning competition. The guy who hosted it and organized it won it. It was a 100% category race. 343 split in a set, 171 and a half pieces, then arranged in sets corresponding to 343 Edo nodes and offsetting by the set itself. I meant 17.15, sorry. Bro, you gotta be clear, because otherwise I can't understand what you mean. Like when I read 171.5, I thought I was thinking something way different. Like I was thinking of something else. Like the decimal really matters. Wait, what the hell is this? What is this fucking void behind me, man? Like where even am I right now? Like what is even happening on this stream? Oh, there we go. Very nice. I'll be back in a minute. You're very energetic and excited, a changed man even. Well, you know, I was just talking to one of the gods of isomorphic keyboards, shaping the silence, and all of my best friends from the internet joined me in an incredible conversation with him. Who in their right mind wouldn't be jazzed up right now? You know what I mean? It's so exciting. And we have discovered officially there is a velocity sensitive one coming. I can do an interview with you about what, man? What do you want to talk to me about? $343. You want me to interview you about 343? Should we test this idea out? Let's try like a mock interview right now. You want to do a mock interview right now? Just like not like a full one. Let's just do like a baby version to see what that would be like. With your permission. Sure. Okay. Welcome everyone. Oberleutnant Herschel M. Oberleutnant, what's up with 343, man? That's kind of the only thing anyone knows about you. What's up with that? Oh, why did I capitalize that? It looks so weird. It's 34, you know. It is very useful in the human perception of systems. It is a number. Yes. What does that mean, Oberleutnant? Isn't 343 Ito some microtonality meme? Yes, Tilda, and the source of that meme is right here, right now with us. Oberleutnant Herschel M. This is the originator. You know what? Oberleutnant, you have changed the culture of microtones more than anyone. I think, actually, if anyone deserves an interview, it's you. I just don't know what the hell we're going to talk about. How about this? Okay, let's try for real. How is it useful in human perception of systems? Could you elaborate? Well, you see, at a point you will find in normal microtones a limit of human perception. I hope that's just the first part of a longer response. In 343, it is perfect. You know, honestly, this isn't that different from most microtonal theories. We all leak sometimes, but only one can be leaky. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. So it's 343, the ultimate Edo. According to Overlutning, yeah, of course. Unquestionably. Microtonal piano sounds so neat. Ah, thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Rarely see a Lumitone being played. I kind of get why Paleac wants to sell his kidneys to buy one. Yeah, dude, it's sick, man. It is addicting. So this layout. Is this an original? I'm just messing around, dude. It's not even a piece. It's amazing. Completely opens the floodgates for microtonal playing if you get one. I'm getting very tired though. If you interviewed me, it would have to be earlier. Okay, good to know, Overlunant. I'll definitely do whatever I can to get you on. I'm only familiar with very program sounding microtonal stuff, so seeing it perform is kind of eye-opening. Nice. Yeah, I think you know, just I don't know, being able to if there was no way to do it to play it, I don't know if I would have ever gone into it. Although I did start like just retuning my my rolling keyboard and my micro freak and stuff like that. My hardware. You don't have a microphone or camera? Okay, cool. Well, we'll work it out, dude. We'll make it happen. You think they pay a distinguished Oberlunant well enough to afford a camera? Yes, it's a fucking travesty, man. Hearing this stuff played live is messing with my brain right now. I spend like all my time in a sheltered 12 Edoverse. I know, dude. Is Tilda getting Zen-pilled right now, dude? This is fucking insane, man. This is insane. I need to shut up and keep playing. Right. There's gotta be a better way to do that. So that's lower than that. Sometimes the visual's not that intuitive. Ooh, I like that. Ah. Yeah, the yellow keys are the C, D, E, F, G, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it is. Yep. Did the colors... Oh, okay, that's... Yeah, y'all are talking about that right now. Yeah, you can make your own colors, blah, blah, blah. Pink is... On this layout, yellow is normal, blue is flat, the red, pink, whatever color, that's sharp. And those are all in 17 equal. The way that 34 equal works is it's two parallel rings of 17 equal. So the yellow, red, and blue are in 17 Ito. And then like green, those are ups or down flats. And then the orange are downs or up sharps. And then B up and C down are the same note. Or I'll say up B or down C. Without getting into the weeds of that. That's how you're supposed to say them, I guess. But so you have C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. But in 34, that's a 17 equal major scale. Which sounds fine, but 34 has this really nice, like listen to that major chord compared to this one. So that's from 17. That's from 34. So 34's got this really like really nice major triad. So the scale we play has C, D, down E, F, G, down A, down B, C. So it sort of looks like a minor scale in a weird way because the 3rd, 6th, and 7th are altered, just not as much. So then your chords from that are... Oops. So your 1, your 4, your 1, your 5, 5, 7, and your 1. And in this layout, you can do some pretty crazy stretches, like stretch a 10th really easily, depending on what note you're coming from. I mean, I have small hands, so 10ths I have a hard time with on piano. Shit. keep wanting to do this. I guess that wouldn't sound that bad if I did that. Oh, that's a cool change. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, some of the stuff visually is like not intuitive. Yeah, 34 Ito has 2 circles of fifths. Yeah. Yeah, you had it backward. The colors, but yeah. But also 17 Ito is weird. Like sharp is above flat, so it's like the notes go C, D flat, C sharp, then D. So 17 is kind of weird. Everything's gonna wrap around always. Not necessarily, doesn't necessarily have a circle of fifth. Yeah, like if it's composite, like 15 Ito has 3 rings of 5 Ito. So if it's a composite number, it'll have concentric ring or parallel rings of tunings, basically. Sweet Dreams of 343, man. Count 343 sheep. 17 is like how they share distinct diminished augmented chords in 12 because 3 and 4 semitones are clean divisions of 12. 12 contains 6 Ito, 4 Ito. How many steps is the fifth and 34? It's 20. It's 20. 20 steps in 34. Oh, you said that, yeah. Yeah, because in 17 it's 10. So yeah. Which is why in 34 you get like tetracut. Because it splits the fifth into 4 pieces. Is that tetracut? Yeah. Yeah, you want to hear like a whole tone scale? Oops. What? Yeah, it's not that composite. It's just 2 and 17, yeah. Whole tone sounds trippy and prime number Itos, yeah. 1 Ito step north, 6 Ito step southeast. Yeah, this is 1 Ito step. And then this is 6, yes. So that was correct. Yeah, 12 is highly composite, which is kind of cool because you have like, yeah, I don't know. It is kind of cool. But actually a lot of alternative tunings, composite ones are not always that interesting. Although I tend to like ones that are somewhat composite. Like my favorite tunings are 34, 27, which, you know, 3 times 3 times 3 or whatever. And then 22, 11 times 2. Those are my favorite tunings. And they're all composite. But not as composite as 12. I don't know that the compositeness is actually something I dig into specifically, but it's definitely there. I mean, so yeah. Now we're gonna go to 27, you know. This tuning I've spent a little more time in. This layout's a little more intuitive to me. Ah. I feel like Messiah would have gone wild with all these new Itos. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of those composers, I don't know when Messiah was, but I think a lot of the contemporary guys they were like peripherally aware of microtonality as a thing. Like Charles Ives wrote a lot of microtonal music, actually. But yeah, I don't know, most of them didn't really take to it for whatever reason. I think probably because it was just too hard to get into. Like it's never been easier to experiment with this stuff than it is now. Can do the big long gliss for you? What does that mean? Like this? Is there a longer one? What the hell? I guess this one's pretty long. I think this one's even longer. Dude, this one's huge. I've never noticed how huge this one is. Also, looking here, I wouldn't think it connects here. Like, my eyes don't believe it. They think this must connect like here. Below. What the hell? That's a huge one. So yeah, 34 Ito has the same major third as 12. It's got the 400 cent third, which I really like that interval. Actually, like having played in a lot of different tunings, like it's like one of the best intervals from 12 is the major third. And yeah, 27 has it. It says like 15 equal. Those are both cool tunings. I think in part because of that. Hey, Mr. Leaky, what's up, dude? This one goes here. That's so crazy. It doesn't look like it. It's so funny. No. Damn it. Playing the wrong scale. I swear one day I'll actually be able to play this. I gotta finish writing it, I guess, first. Shaping. The interview's done already. But yeah, if you rewind it, you should see it. Blah, 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 blah. I think the colors help with the optical illusion. Why don't folks like 400 cents? I do like it. That's what I was just saying. Yeah, 400-cent fan, except in 39. You went on a recent big rant about the 400-cent third during private lessons. Oh, yeah, it's rough with distortion because it conflicts with the 5 limit stuff, but it's a lot of people think that's why we have power chords. Um, but yeah, the interview will be posted in the VOD, and I'll also separate it out and add it to the interviews playlist. But yeah, we had a good chat. He gave us a lot of insight into his Hexboard. Hexboard. The context came up as beats against distortion a lot. Why even harmonics have a better reputation in saturation. People talk about how tube saturation sounds so sweet, probably because even harmonic heavy. It's mostly octaves. Every day adds one more genius note. Yes, thank you, Mr. Leakey. I added one note. If you have saturation distortion that produces noticeable fifth harmonics, it's going to beat pretty bad with the matrix. Brandon Burns has a demo video about distorted thirds on a non-12 guitar. That's why we need to write music in JI so we can clip our masters harder. Yeah, I mean, JI and distortion is really cool. It's a really good, really neat pairing. Brandon Burns has a lot of 22 Ito, which has a much nicer... Yeah, but he also does 27 a lot, too. Yeah, 22 is a pretty good 5/4. It doesn't have an accurate 6/5, but it has a really cool minor third. It's actually like as sharp as the 12 Ito third is flat. Tilda should become friends with Professor Donut. Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, I've seen Hypercalibrate. Yeah. I do think it's cool, but honestly, if I'm doing JI, I'll probably just load up a tuning because I'll have more control over it. But yeah, it is a neat knob, and it's kind of cool to like go in an alternative tuning and then turn on the Hypercalibrate. So like I was doing that in like 15 equal the other day. But yeah, I mean I'm not saying I won't use it, but if I do some JI stuff, I'll probably get a little more because I don't know exactly how it's gonna retune everything. But yeah, it is cool. It's very cool knob. Hoping they add MPE so you can do smooth JI morphs. Yeah, I hope MPE will be very nice. Yes. Yeah, I love Zebra 3. That's my favorite synth. I've actually watched like a couple of your streams where you were messing with it, and I was getting really inspired by it. A lot of the sounds you were making up. Been working on these Bach arrangements, and it seems like something that fits. Oh yeah, that'd be cool for sure. Yeah. Testing Bitwig's microtones today, and it's not quite as nice as Ableton's, but it's very nice. So it does have microtonal support. I've heard like weird thing, like it has weird, like it doesn't work with pitch grid for some reason. (19 to 6.5) is the sharpest you'll tolerate. Isn't 19 to 6.5 really close? Much prefer much flatter than that. It's like close to just. Oh, that makes sense because to you just minor thirds sound pretty sharp. Bitwig can do microtonal, but it doesn't have a proper microtonal piano roll. I see. There's a device that does it for you. Okay, yeah, that's the case. The sharpest 6.5 you'll tolerate is accurate. No sharper than that. I love 22 EDO minor thirds. Here, let me show some off for you guys. Let's compare some minor thirds. So actually, 27 has a really accurate 6.5. But since the major third is really sharp, it's a 400 cents. The full chord doesn't sound like pure or anything. It sounds good. It sounds like a minor chord. Like 27 has minor, subminor, and the 7/6 is really close too. It's like almost perfect. It's also got neutral thirds. Which is really cool. And then major. And then a really sharp super major. I think a super major in 27 is really neat. It's very sharp. It's like 455 cents or something. Somewhere in there. Then 22 has a better 5/4. It's not pure, but it's closer than 27's. And then minor third is like super sharp. It's like 15 cents sharp, whereas 12 betas is like 15 cents flat. But I think it sounds really cool. I really like the minor third in 22. It's also got a sub-minor third. And the sub-minors sound really nice too. They're kind of sharp, but I think they sound great. Yeah, 22 and 27 are really similar actually, but like 27 is like an exaggerated 22 kind of. Where the minor, all the minor stuff in 27 is like perfect, whereas in 22 like everything is kind of in the middle. Like it's got the most aggravating interval in 22 equal is the super major third. It sounds too much like a fourth. But it is a cool interval, but you have to kind of get used to it. So what I like to do is like play a 6 chord instead of a major chord, like instead of, if I did just major chords, that would be like, oops. Sounds kind of rough, but if you just make it a 6 chord, sounds a lot smoother to me. Even take out the 5th. Technically it's an inverted minor chord, but if you're playing them that way, it doesn't really register like that. Dude, what? Man, the timing is like so bad right now. Alternatively, you could just play in nice tone. Which is that same scale I was showing y'all in 34 earlier. It's also in 27. Seemed like piano roll was weird, controlling what instrument behaved how you expected it. Yeah, the sharp minor third sounds cool, yeah. Subminor is what I go to 22, Edo 4. I go to 22 just to play 11. 11 is cool. Is Tilda getting Zen pill? Maybe, yeah, it seems that way. I find I can get away with that wide major third in 22 as a dominant chord that's begging for quick resolution. Wait, I find I can get away with that wide major third in 22 EDO as a dominant chord that's begging for a quick, so like from a 5 to a 1, or from like a 1 to a 1. Does make a lot more sense to me now that I hear it performed live. It's always fascinated me that adding more notes to a chord can make it more consonant. You might be getting used to it. It's just more types of music. You can do really cool stuff with that in 19 Edo. The harmonic 7 is pretty far off, but if you have 9 in there, the 9/7 isn't that bad. Yeah, this interval sounds super good on top of a chord. So like, if I do a G7 chord, I have that rough interval, but it's on the top. It sounds great. But on the bottom of a chord, it's a lot harder. But I mean, it's just a sound, you know what I mean? You can still use it. You can still use it as a 5/1, it's just like a quirky 5/1. So, and I love to mix those intervals together. Like I got this other thing in 27 where I go between like the super major. I think that super major in 27 sounds a little cooler. I think because it's more exaggerated, it's less fourthy. I think I like it a little bit more, but shit. How do I play this? Did I not tune my piano correctly? I just forgot how to play it. Shit. I wanted to show off my song. It doesn't sound right, man. Maybe if I play the other part and go back into it, I'll remember for some reason. I went to a different note there. What's the note? It's something like that. Something like that, I don't know. Still writing this one. I want to do something like this. What the hell? Anyway, I gotta tweak it, obviously. Somehow I'll get back to this thing. Sound right to you. Nice. Love this piece idea. Thank you. Let's see. Do the same with harmonic 13. Something about it not being MIDI, more organic. Yeah. I get the same thing in my Zia videos. Yeah, her videos are awesome. Errors canceling. Humanization makes it accessible. Nuanced performance kind of help explain the vocabulary. If I went back to I'm not sure what delta chords is talking about, but backdoor thing. Geniuses have assembled today. Thank you, Mr. Licky. Interval isolated suffering without meaning. Holy shit, I love that. Thinking about this a bunch recently, the job of things like automation, etc., to explain a composition, musical ideas there which have to work to make it apparent to people. Yeah, interesting. But I kind of know what you're saying too. I feel like a piece is like something you kind of strive towards over time. Like you get the sense that you're making it up at first, but at a certain point it kind of feels like you're trying to represent it the best way you can, and you sort of get the sense at a certain point that there's like a purer version of it out there, like a platonic perfect form or something. And you just do your best over time. Choose what to emphasize. Theoretically, what are you doing here? I'll explain it in just a second. Do I ever mess with the organ sounds? I don't know. I think you and computer were talking about something about chords. I don't know if the message was for me or not. You're talking about something with 19, you know, backdoor chord. I'm not a, honestly, I'm not a huge organ sound fan. I appreciate a good organist. I think organs can sound really cool, especially in like classic rock and stuff and gospel. It's never really been my thing though. It's never really been my thing. I think because there's no dynamics in an organ, and so piano is all about dynamics, because the timbre of a piano is not that exciting. It's really kind of plain and kind of rough. I mean, it's interesting because it's got inharmonics and stuff. It's not that it sounds bad. I mean, it sounds good, but it's not a highly expressive timbre on its own. Like, if you just hear one note on piano, it's not that exciting. You can't, you know what I mean? An organ is like that too, but I guess the timbre is a little more stagnant in a way. It depends on the organ and stuff too. I'm thinking of like electric organs, not necessarily like a big pipe organ. I've never played or heard one in person. So, but even those are like the dynamics, like there's pedals and stuff. You can use the pedal. You can make it more and less dynamic by like adding notes and subtracting notes and holding them out for less or for more, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, piano is all about dynamics, in my opinion. It's all about dynamics and playing piano well. I mean, obviously there's a lot to making music more than just dynamics, but to me that's where it really, that's the difference between like good sounding and stale sounding piano. And so organ is so opposite to that. It's so challenging for me because you can't really control the dynamics. So every time I've played organ, I have struggled. I have keyboard skills, but my organ playing sucks because it's a different skill set and I don't really know what it is. I think it has more to do with timing. I think it has more to do with playing with the voices, like the sounds. It's a whole different instrument. And I don't really play with those sounds either. Yes, I mixed something up. It's not a big deal. Hammond organs are amazing. Yeah, I mean, organs can sound really cool, but I'm just not a great organist, so I don't really do much with it. Teach geometry lessons through music. This German guy that writes these songs about math concepts to help students memorize every German high school. Never heard a pipe organ in real life. No. Not a real pipe organ. Been listening to that? Well, maybe I've heard one once or twice, but no, I don't think so. Been listening to the art of the fugue arrangements. Organ harpsichord versions are always a lot harder to listen to than the string quartets. Heard one before and it blew your mind. Organs make you think about your parents sharing me your church. Yeah, exactly. A chill organ is, yeah, I mean it's cool, but yeah, it's not something I've explored too much. Bach on organ is quintessential German-Dutch service experience. That makes sense. Check out gospel organ players. They usually control it. Yeah, but they do it differently, you know. Also, modern organs are different. I think, a modern organ can be an organ sound on a keyboard that is velocity sensitive. So, I mean, it's not a real, I'm not saying it's not real, but it's not a traditional organ. It's a keyboard sound. That's a bit different. This thing, it just starts on a major chord. I go to the sus chord on the same root. And then that's the super major, so it's between the sus and the major. It sounds so cool. That's that little like semi-chromatic slide thing. It's like a guitar thing, really. And then in the bass, I do something similar because I go down to the subminor chord, and I slide the fifth down an Edo step, and then I slide the root down to match. So it's just like following, and it just goes to the G7 chord. So just a 5-1 at the end. I don't think I'm playing it right though. I don't think I'm doing the left hand correctly. But something like that. So yeah, there's nothing to it really. It's just a, really it's a 1 to a 6 to a 5. But it's got these like microtonal inflections in there. And this is just mixing nice tone and super pipe. Random alphabet. Are pipe organs commonplace in American churches? Like a big ass pipe organ that's connected to the building, not super common. I think they're out there. Doesn't Lumitone have aftertouch? Oh yeah, I already read that. I only go to church of Gordon nowadays, so I assumed he had one. No, I don't have a fucking organ, man. I'm sorry. Can I do a theory break? Oh, I already did that. All right. The more I think about, the more I would love to hear you play something slow with a soft flute string sound. You really like that? Thank you, Fife. Appreciate it. Sick. What about the 343 Ito guy? He deserves a voice too. Okay, man. Get him a camera. Super Pyth is the Moss Diton. Yes. Gordon, thoughts on 28 EDO? The next big thing. I have very few thoughts on 28 EDO, sadly. It sounds like a choice. Sounds like a reasonable choice. I think most churches just have piano, digital organ, piano. You want, like, I can do some flute and some strings, but it's hard to do on the Lumitone, man. I gotta set it up. I gotta set it up on the Lumitone. I haven't learned how to do that yet. Aren't I pro-choice, Mr. Gordon? I am, but let's not get into politics, man. It's not what the stream is about. 20 EODs is really nice. I've been using it for 2 days. Thanks, Delta. Alright. Like, if I boot up a different sound, dude, it's not gonna work on the Lumitone. I have to figure that out. So, when I do Lumitone, it's all piano, man. If you don't want to hear piano, I'm sorry. One day, I will, one day I'll branch out, but today's not the day, I'm sorry. All piano on Lumitone. For now. I do tons of sound design stuff on the stream. Just not with the Lumitone. So, you can hear me noodle with different sounds. Yeah, it's just, with these mappings and stuff, it's like a weird... Never heard a real grand piano in real life? Dude, I hadn't heard one, I don't think, until I went to college. Because I was studying music. And honestly, I hated the way it sounded in the room. Because the room was too big. And the piano was too echoey. I kind of hated it, man. I kind of prefer an upright piano in a small room. Been messing with 20 Ito? I think 20 is cool. I mean... I think 15 is way cooler is the thing. I would just do 15. My dad had a really shitty old grand piano when I was a kid. He used to drive my mom insane because it's fucking loud as shit. 20 is like 15 but minor. That is kind of true. Yeah, the wrong room could totally wreck the sound of an otherwise good piano. Dude, I mean, it was a fucking concert hall, man. It sounded so bad. Was it the Peggle theme? Maybe. I don't know what that is. $20 is good, has potential. It's gonna use it either way. I mean, 20 is cool. I'd be down. 20, any of those. That's the thing, man. I don't have a problem with 20, 21, 28, whatever. They're all fine. I don't. It's hard to say. Oh, this one. It has to be this one. I'm so unattached to all of those, and I don't know why 15's not in the running. Like, I get the sense that it's just not weird enough. But I feel like 15 is like better than the ones we're talking about. Why is 30 in the running? Room is too small for the piano stand and bouncer all around. Dude, I used to practice in these tiny concrete practice rooms on baby grand pianos in college, man. And dude, I think that's why my fucking right ear doesn't work anymore, man. Like, it's like the least soundproofed thing, and there's no reason for the piano to be that big. I don't honestly just don't even know why they do that. Like, why put a big ass, I mean, it's a baby grand. Why, it, like, literally, the room is basically big enough just to hold the piano. Like, and it's a little concrete box, and the shit's just bouncing around. 15 is weird. 15 is the most studied weird one. But it's really not that, like, no tuning is that studied. I don't know. I think I'm thinking about this differently. Like, I feel like the difference in how we're thinking of tuning of the weird is, for me, it should still emphasize the best tuning. Like, the best possible weird tuning, which is probably going to be one of the most popular weird tunings. And I feel like the way y'all are wanting to do it is more like we should highlight the tunings that are being neglected. Like, every tuning is a poor child that needs to be attended to, and we're taking pity on all the ones that aren't being paid attention to. And I don't see the point, because it's a fucking tuning. So to me, it's like, why spend a year on a so-so tuning when you could spend a year on an awesome tuning? Like, I mean, I don't know. That to me is why, like, I feel like 15 is a no-brainer, in my opinion. 15 would be a great choice. But, or 37 would be a great choice. Like, those are the ones I would like to do, personally. Now, if those are off the table, 21, fine. It's fine. 21's fine. 20 is fine. 28's fine. They're all kind of middle of the road. Like, they're okay. 28 is a poor child. Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, I get it. It's fucking, nobody likes the tuning. Is that why we studied 23? It was because no one liked it? I thought it was because 23 had an interesting structure. Like to me, that's why 23 was a good candidate last time. And like 23 was also the popular choice. Like it was put to a poll and it won by a landslide out of all of the weird tunings. I mean, 28 sounds like a shitty number vibes wise. It's obnoxiously even. Zen Pilive. Yes, Michael. Yes, Zen Pilive. Thank you. More people need to notice that. Gonna get canceled with my tuningism. Dude, I should have been canceled fucking years ago, man. I don't know what the tuning sounds like, but I don't fuck with the number 28. Thank you, Tilda. Thank you. Finally, someone's making sense in this chat. But are you averse to 30? Kind of, yeah, because like, why 30? 15. 15. 7 times 4, it's chill. 7 times 4 is less irritating than 28. There you go. Should we investigate some weird tunings today? Should I do that? I can get off the Lumitone and go noodle around on some of the weird tunings. Maybe we'll do that and do a little bit of sound design. Not something I've looked into, but are most digitally created timbres based on 12 beta at 440? No, they're not. Yeah, exactly what Tilda said. They're basically the nicest sounding like sounds are like aligned with the harmonic series in some way. Yeah, the Zen timbre. I've been trying to do some of that in Zebra, actually. Where you retune the partials and stuff. Yeah, some instruments definitely sound better in certain tunings than others. And that does have to do with like how the tuning aligns with the harmonic series and stuff. And some people do Zen timbral stuff. It's not heavily explored, but some people have gone out of their way to like make timbres for specific tunings. Like Sevish has done that a bit. A couple people on Discord. I've tried it a little bit myself, but haven't gotten too deep into it. It's not really a noob question, though. It's actually kind of something a lot of people don't know about. And it's one of the most interesting aspects of tuning, is just realizing that tuning and timbre relate very strongly. Like the character of a piano sounds different depending on how it's tuned. Like you can compare this chord in 27 to 22. Sounds pretty similar, actually. More like 34. That sounds a bit different because there's no beating. It's like you can't make it out hardly. So it will change the timbre. And if we go to like those tunings are actually all kind of similar. Then if we go to like 26 and play the same chord. Sounds a bit different. Go to 31, play the same chord. So yeah, different tunings. These are all the same piano sound. Not saying it's like a massive difference, but I feel like in 34 the piano sounds brighter. It's just because it's like cleaner. Like 27. Is a little more dirty and kind of murky. But the thirds are actually sharper, so it's like the brightness has nothing. I mean, it doesn't really have to do with the sharpness necessarily. 3/4 sounds more just, yeah. A lot of key bites with instruments comes from things with like how hard a certain key is to play on it. That is true as well. I'm making some 22 Ito and 53 Ito stuff right now. Good tunings. Wish there was more people out there learning vocals and perfect pitch, relative pitch for just intonation and other Itos. Next generation of musicians. I do sing a little bit, but yeah. I don't have like a great ear for anything, honestly. Something I've been really internalizing recently is you're never playing in 22 or 27 or 34. You're playing in your Ito plus whatever your instrument's partials are. Sure, yeah. There's an interesting thing about clarinet, Michael. It overblows to harmonic 3 instead of harmonic 2, and its timbre is odd harmonic heavy, so it tends to to blow. Yes, stuff like that. Yeah, very good observation there. Also, instruments kind of have a tuning baked in a lot of cases. That's not because of their overtones, because of the pitches they're tuned to. Yes, that is true as well. We'll explore with access to ZenWiki and YouTube creators. Explode. Oh, explore. Yes. They're already doing it, man. They're already doing it. You can't just make those partials disappear. They're always a part of what you play. Yes. Lumitone looks worth every penny. Just need to get more pennies. One day. I'm thinking right now for creativity and practicality, my next instrument acquisition will be fretless electric bass. Yeah, fretless is the way to go for sure. Depending on what you're hoping to achieve, you could consider Hexboard, which is much cheaper, or Linstrument. Yeah, Linstrument's pretty cool. Cheaper X key. Yeah, there's an X key. The thing Jordan uses. Jordan Rudez? Jordan Rudez uses an iPad app. I don't know. from y'all's Discord. Got you. The cat guy? I don't know if I'm... Man, I haven't been hanging out in y'all's streams. I don't honestly. I don't watch that many streams. I'll watch your streams sometimes, Tilda, and I watch PaleX when I can, but it's like it almost like never lines up with my schedule. License to Chill? Yeah, I do remember that name. I've seen that name. It's got like weird spacing in it or something. It's 5 a.m. for you right now? Yeah, I usually stream later. So maybe that's why I'm seeing you. It's part of the reason I'm seeing you today. I usually stream like 2 a.m. for me, and it's like 11 for me right now. What was I I don't even know what I was playing. You wanna hear Super Pythlocrian? Max Coney convinced you Pythlocrian doesn't exist. You know, it kind of doesn't, because it's not really a mode that gets used. Except for by, like, Les Claypool. He's, like, the only person who really uses it. Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of super pipes. I like to throw it in drips and drabs. I like to use a scale I call super nice, which is nice tone, but with the super Pythagorean sixth. So you get a super major 4 chord, but a major 1 chord and a major 5 chord. But your 2 is subminor. That's kind of how I avoid syntonic comma bullshit. But it's kind of cool to have like 1 super major chord in the scale. Yeah, I mostly just do like Lydian in super nice, basically. So it's like I do a sharp 4, well it's it's like down sharp 4. So like the scale I use a lot, it's like a Lydian scale, but nice tone. So it's like down 3, down sharp 4, and then 5, 6, and then down 7. So it's really just a mode of like, no, it's not. Never mind. Yeah, it is. It's like a mode of like G major. G nice tone. So it's just a nice tone Lydian. Yeah, I love that sound. But I'll also do it, but on like a super major on the Lydian one. So it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, down 7. So it's like a mode of super nice. It's like mode 4 of super nice. Usually when I'm playing in these, I'm not super strict about sticking to that particular 7-note group because, like, basically the thirds are more or less interchangeable. Like, you can... There's ways to, like, cycle between them that more artfully or more expressively or whatever. So it feels natural. You don't even really have to be that careful, honestly. Chords possible on pyramids. Even if you play Locrian on a drone, it still sounds like Phrygian. Like the 4th degree sounds like the tonic more than the 1st. So Locrian doesn't really want to exist. Wants to resolve to something that's not the 1. I mean, I think modes are kind of fake anyway, the way they're used most of the time. This time it's really just like an unresolved diatonic thing, but it's still fine to invoke the mode, I think. Seem to get away with making some harmony and background noise almost, and then start playing new stuff on top. Might not traditionally work. Whether when you really switch up the timbre. Wait, what? Gillespie 710. There's a YouTube channel, it's VGM transpose the Locrian. Super pipe, your 5th becomes very sharp, your flat 5 becomes closer to 700, so Locrian can work there. That kind of makes sense. Linus and Lucy groove. Made a music theory feed. It was 99% that guy posting shit as Locrian. What you're saying is Locrian works great, just needs to transpose the 5th up a semitone, right? I always have that same feeling about modes. Try noodling and Locrian for 10 minutes. Let's see if we can do some Locrian jamming. You want to hear some Locrian, guys? We should do nice tone Locrian, not this fucking super pipe bullshit. Wait, hold on. How'd that work? This is gonna be the hardest scale to play in ever. If anyone can do this, it's me. Let's do this. And if I can't do it, it can't be done. No, just kidding. All right. Wait. How do you go to it? That sounds like A minor, dude. Or down A minor. Anyway, I couldn't do it. I think I should have avoided the A minor chord. Maybe we should try it one more time. Yeah, let's try it with the Super Pyth. Let's try the Super Pyth version, see what's easier. It's just minor. okay. Yeah, it's just made up, dude. It's just a made up mode. All right. I think I'm gonna go over to the computer and noodle around in Reaper, play with Zebra or something. Maybe I'll check out some of these tunings, some of the tuning of the weird tunings. And see if I have any preferences. The moment you start doing any harmony, well, I mean, what is, I mean, that's the thing. What even is it? If you can't do anything with it, then what even is it, It just has to be one chord, That's why I get what that guy was saying, like it's not a real mode. It's like, sure, maybe you could like create some situation where that's all that's happening is the one chord, the one root, but it's probably not very interesting. And it's not like people are flocking to Locrian. I mean, the thing is like, what's the chord that it's even based on? There's like no stability there. There's no stable fifth. I guess you have a third in there. Maybe if you avoid the fifth, you can fake it. I don't know. I don't know. Sounds like minor to me. Sounds like an unresolved minor to me. Yeah, I mean, and stuff like that, I'm not that interested in. I used to try more stuff like that when I was younger. Like more like, oh, let's try to make a Locrian song. Let's try to make a this or that. But just over time, it's like not. My opinion on that stuff has changed because it's like I don't like some stuff. The stuff I like to use tends to be the stuff that I gravitate towards more naturally. And I think a lot of the stuff that I do isn't really stuff that's that. It's not that I'm doing anything particularly complicated, but it's not necessarily like, this isn't a mode. Like that kind of oversimplifies the process, at least for how I compose. Like a mode is something you noodle with. It's not something you write in. Now, some songs are in certain modes, for sure. But even then, it's like, I don't know, does the song exist because the composer was exploring some mode, or does it exist because they're just expressing themselves and that mode happened to convey it? You know what I mean? That's the thing. It's like, why spend a bunch of time trying to force a concept to work? I mean, it's sort of hypocritical because I mean that's kind of what microtonality is. It's like we don't need it. We already have good notes. So why do I waste my time forcing this to work? I don't know. I'm a hypocrite, but I believe there's something to microtonal music. And just the fact that it's unexplored. It's not really, I feel like it's different. It's just like, and I've explored the modes too. They used to be a lot more interesting. But it doesn't really take that long. Never written in Ionian even. Yeah, I mean, a lot of music's more complicated than that. Do you think microtonality will ever reach any level of mainstream in pop or dance music? I mean, ever? Sure. I mean, yeah, why not? I think people will. I think as retuning becomes easier and easier, more and more people will do it. That doesn't mean that I think 31 Ito is going to replace 12. At least not anytime soon. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's just that people are going to be doing what we're doing already, but more people will be doing it. And there will probably be certain pockets of interest that will kind of deepen and grow. Like I think you'll have kind of 22 Ito people and 31 Ito people and JI people, which you already kind of do. But I think I think it will grow. I don't think it's going to replace 12, because another thing is like knowing about other tunings. Like 12 is super convenient. There's really no reason to let go of 12. It's just a great tuning. And having stepped away from it, I feel like I appreciate its like simplicity and its elegance a lot more. That being said, I do enjoy playing in other tunings because it's just interesting, and you get a lot of different moods and colors, and it's also just so intriguing. And I don't know, there's that element of not knowing what's going to happen and what the sound is going to be, and not knowing what you're going to stumble upon over time and how it's going to influence your sense of harmony and what's possible. So I think the unknown of it, the mystery of it, I think that is appealing, and not just to me. And I think as it gets easier to explore and more artists put out stuff that that resonates with people and finds audiences, it's just going to grow. It may even get to a tipping point where it just like explodes. I mean, it's definitely possible. So it's not going anywhere, I'll say that. I mean, case in point, Hexboard guy is like really trying to make Hexboard more microtonal friendly. Like he's been sharing that. He's been asking about that. He wanted to come on this stream. The Intuitive Instruments people, the X Key people, they're in the microtonal Reddit, putting out their survey. I think they were even on the Discord. They were on Facebook. I don't know if they were in Discord, but they were on the Facebook. They've been in the microtonal groups. They're trying to make a more microtonal friendly instrument. Lumitone is still not gone out of business. We have artists that are becoming popular that are microtonal. Maddie Ashman, for instance. Obviously, King Gizzard's done their thing. There's that new band that's got that KEXP thing that just came out that's like already going viral with the microtonal guitars. Like people are, I think a few years ago, microtonality got on a lot more people's radar because of like Adam Neely and Jacob Collier, and the existing resources for microtonalists have already been put in place. Like Scale Workshop already existed, Now and Zen podcast already existed. And so I think a lot of new people started coming into it. And like I'm part of that kind of crowd that came in back then. And it takes so much time to get competent at it that I think we're going to be seeing more and more artists coming out doing microtonal stuff. And those people are going to be the ones pulling in the next crowd. And like, I think it's going to come in waves like that, because like there were a lot of people who saw the Adam Neely video and saw the Jacob Collier videos and they went, microtonality. And they looked at it and they went, oh man, this shit is too fucking hard. But like when the next crowd comes in, there's more resources now. There's more controllers now. There's more options. If Intuitive Instruments comes out with a new keyboard that's affordable, or if Hexboard comes out with a new keyboard that's affordable, there's going to be more people who are able to just start playing with it. So as things like that keep happening, it's just going to keep growing. And eventually, hopefully, Roland or Korg or Arturia is going to go, you know what? Why are we letting all these fucking nobodies make a bunch of money off of this shit? We should put out a microtonal keyboard. And when one of those companies decides to do it, it will be affordable. So, you know, when Roland comes out with a fucking microtonal keyboard, anyone will be able to buy it, and it'll have a fucking synth on it. So, you know, when shit like that starts happening, microtonality could potentially like fucking explode. It's just, it's still kind of hard to get into, and it takes time. So it's, you know, but you know, the people who are doing it, we're trying to make it easier for the newcomers. Like that's a big thing. That's part of the reason why I do this stream, is because I'm just trying to put it out there. Like, you can do this, you can make microtonal music, and when people ask questions, I just explain the shit. King is, yeah. Is too much modal interchange. Yeah. King Giz did a jam in every mode, and it's their worst. See the case for various genres gravitating towards different tunings. Pop wants to keep classical harmony and key change. Yeah, but see, like, even then, like, if you want really consonant music, it could potentially benefit from, like, JI or other Pythagorean tunings, like 41, 31, even 53. Like, there's a lot of other tunings that could work well with pop music. They are more complicated, though, so that does make a big difference. Like, that's going to be a big barrier to entry for a lot of people. There's plenty of people who want to learn Zen theory but are too intimidated. Yeah. Big reason people not doing microtonal more is the software and hardware is less designed for it. Exactly. Had multiple regular guys send that HEXP set. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody's been sharing that. If you don't know any theory, you definitely want lesson notes. Yeah, for sure. It's not for everyone. It's gonna be a music nerd thing, but like a lot of music nerd things become more and more accepted over time. So like, I don't think it's, you know, I doubt we're gonna like C12 get replaced or anything like that, but I think it'll be pretty common eventually. I mean, it's already like, dude, I mean, compared to 5 years ago, like, dude, it used to be like, you didn't know if somebody even really knew what that was, like what microtonal meant. But like now, everybody knows what it is. Like every musician knows what it is. They know, most of them just aren't that interested in it, but they still, it's on their radar. So, I mean, there's been a big shift culturally already. Ableton Push seems microtonal friendly. Yeah, for sure. Well, actually, I'm not sure about Push because I don't know if you can customize it. I don't actually know though, but I remember looking into it and realizing that, or I determined that Launchpad was better for that. Because of something to do with like you can't customize the vertical offset or something. I can't remember exactly. So it's like really not that retunable. Like it's like the layouts are not that customizable, I guess. They're minimally customizable. So you could do some things, but it's not anything, basically. After Rick Beato video on Perfect Pitch, there's lots of parents hoping to surround their newborns with complex music to adapt their ears to make their brain pay attention to 12. Imagine what theory nerds and people into microtonalism do the same. Datum Neely, blah, 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 repel me from crazy eons, but Mr. Grodorm pull me in. Hell yeah, dude. Adam Neely and Collier aren't really microtonal. No, they're just kind of surface level. Have brought a lot of attention to it, though. Adam Neely only does it for the clickbait. Yeah, exactly. And the other music theory guy with the HD camera. Yeah, for sure. Although Levi does like does some cool stuff with it. I'm not gonna hate on Levi. The content is clickbait. Don't trust anyone with a 4K camera. Blair was doing microtonal vids on Facebook since like 2016. Interesting. Kind of like some of the tunes he released. Isn't often. Yeah, he's got cool music. Yeah, he's super YouTuber. Seem like they're happy on the inside. That doesn't lend itself to making good music. You heard it here first, guys. In order to make music, you have to be miserable. Especially microtonal music. Well, hey, I'm a great example of that. Although my music is not that good. I think my problem is that I'm not sad enough. Okay, I will be back. I need to let my dog out, take a quick breather. When I return, I think I'm gonna mix it up, check out some of these other tunings for a minute. But in the meantime, let's listen to some Doduzil Collected Refractions.
Equal tempered bowl infuse 13 dt. Equal divisions of the glycane, 13 dt is non-active tuning system derived by dividing the glycane. 3-1 into 13 equal steps of 146.3 cents each for the 13 glutamine. It is best known as the equal tempered version of the whole infused scale. 13 dt can be described as approximately 8.203 dO. This implies the depth 13 dt can be approximated by 5 tests of 41 dO. glycane, 13 dt is a non-active tuning system derived by dividing the glycane. 3-1 into 13 equal steps of 146.3 cents each for the 13 glutamine. It is best known as the equal tempered version of the whole infused scale. 13 dt can be described as approximately 8.203 dO. This implies that the depth 13 dt can be approximated by 5 tests of 41 dO.
I have a Discord. The link should be in the video description on the bottom. Doesn't really get used a whole lot, but yeah, it's there. I do check it when it gets posts. You tell everyone great job. Nice. Alright. Let's see. Hey Ya by Outkast. Probably the same person, just way worse. So mad, I hear so specific person made this noise. So annoying. Yeah, here between lines has good videos. Eight Zen Discords. Really? Only on 3? Maybe 4. Accidentally spawn a crazy Wisdom's Dispensation thread. You don't like Discord? Dude, I'm so addicted to Discord. It's like all I do. Just fucking read shit on Discord. And when there's nothing in my 10 million Discord groups, I get so sad. It's like my TV. It's Discord. Gilead, Hacienda, Tilson. I don't think I'm in your group. Tilda should join it. If it's public. Cultures are rotten with incessant shit posting. Those damn shit posters. Dude, in the microtonal world, the shit posting is math posting. It's even worse because it's like intellectual. But it's artistically unjustifiable. Yeah, in XA, you just argue about definitions of basic shit. You love it so much. Dude, I hate it, man. I had to go in when you were on Zen Grove, though. Dude, if anyone else said that, I would have just let it go, man. But because it was you, I had to come in with the diatonic facts, man. I can't let you go down that path, dude. We can't lose Paleac to the other side, man. You were, hey dude, when in Rome, man, when in Rome. I guess do 20. There's one dude on Axie who butts in every conversation and in garbage. You had to leave. I feel like that could be like 10 different people. I don't know who you're talking about, but Paleac knows who it is. Damn. I think I know who it is because, oh yeah, that's who I was thinking. Your siblings. Sadly, that could be a lot of people. Dude, I bet people think that about me. It's fine. Alright, yeah, this stuff's pretty chill. Alright. Yeah, we don't have a lot of like full-length microtonal albums. It's kind of cool. And we do have some for sure, but... Alright, 20 EDO. I guess I'm gonna pull out the instrument. I don't know if I should just show the instrument. I guess we'll get started first and see how it goes. Okay, let's mess with. Tune. The slide's not right. Stop less than that. Come on. I think I have to adjust it in Zebra. My pitch bend range. Where is that pitch bend range? It's in my settings, pitches. Ah, here we go. Make this wider. And then try just matching it, I guess. And then just... Okay, perfect. Okay, we're in 20 EDO. I don't really know much about this tuning. Three-thirds are pretty passable. You have normal 300 cents. Sounds like you have super major third, which I guess is its major third. Minor, and this is just 300 cents. So you get the same diminished chord, And I guess you have a neutral. Sounds kind of more major to me, but I guess you have a minor, a neutral, and a major. Third sounds okay. Let me actually show you all the instrument. Give me just a second. Set that up. Oh, the camera's so annoying, man. I need to get one of those cameras like Jared, the Shaping the Silence dude, has. One of the overhang things. But I just need a third camera too. Because this is so annoying. Dude, streaming is so stupid. Like, I can't believe I'm like seriously thinking about getting a third camera. Like, I feel like I really could use one. Honestly, I feel like I could use a third monitor too. Did y'all hear my dog, dude? That was crazy. Alright. Yeah? Is that good? Guess we'll throw that over here. Yeah, it's a little instrument. Oh yeah, let's flip the camera. Yeah, I got a little instrument to hold me over while I saved up for a Lumitone. I forgot to put the thing behind the chat. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we have 22 and 27 are similar. Yeah, they're both super Pyth. They're like right next to each other. Older projects he does, many tunings. He does on his new stuff too, on the Zebra stuff. He streamed sampling and tuning an old zither recently. It's such a pain to set up. Yeah. It's another factor in more production and mainstream visibility when you can buy a widely available instrument cheap price. Yeah. That'll be great. Hopefully we get to that point. Let's try some of these sounds I made. What was a good one? Not bad. No, it's okay. Something a little more chill. I should give these better names. I can't tell what any of this means. janky guitar. Sucks. Okay, this one does not produce sound. Oh, I already know this one does not work. That was cool, but it's hard to appreciate the harmony. Maybe this is our best choice right here. What is ambient logs? Oh. Oh, I can just click this. That was kind of cool. I'm kind of in the mood for that. Oh, it could be fine if we turn it down. Oh, there we go. That's what I want. Either that or the horns. The horns are kind of crazy, but I'm sort of in the mood for that right now. Okay, you know what? Since we're trying to just study this tuning a little bit, let's do the other one. Because it's just a little more chill. I'll just do this one for now. That one's sick. Which one? The horns or this one? Do I know about 137 harmonic constant of the universe? Holy fuck, dude. Are we on to something? You just got on stream. Damn, dude. You missed the interview. That's alright, you're here now. It's okay, just remember 343 is very evil. Damn, dude. Alright, pulling out the punches tonight. Isomorphic layout has fascinated me ever since I saw the Paul van der Voot demonstration on the Jenko layout. Don't think I saw that one. Even classical and jazz pianists could benefit so much from breaking the mold of tradition while keeping 12-tet. The current layout is just bad in terms of being able to completely master improvisation and advance large spanning chords and arpeggios. Arpeggi, yeah, those are cool, I guess. Okay, we're actually gonna do some studying tonight. I haven't done this in a while. Here's something I used to do almost every stream. But now that I'm older and I know tunings I like, I just, I don't spend as much time on these pages anymore. 20 EDO. Let's go stare at a fucking table. Those were the good old days, that's right. We need to go back to that. go back to staring at tables. We're gonna do a little bit tonight, Mr. Leaky. Don't you worry. So the mid third is slightly major, but not very. But the major is quite major, so it was as I suspected. iCore GitHub. Is this your cool thingy? Yeah, nice. Alright, yeah, we'll mess with some of that. Okay. Although I think I can figure a lot of that out on my own. Might save it. Okay, anyway. You recommended some chords? I think I missed that message. 0, 3, 11, and 14. And you said the synthesizers of the third. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, I don't see that. I missed this whole conversation. I didn't know y'all were talking about Fab Filter and stuff. There's a soft tritone in 20. Between the fifth and the tritone, 11 Edo steps. Okay, Mr. Leaky is giving a lot of suggestions here, so there's that. It's a cool interval. Fucker with 40 tons of cannabis. That's a lot of fucking cannabis, man. I like Brennan Burns albums. You want him to do one in just one? I think he's done one in just 22. 0, 3, 11, 14. Okay, so here's my 11. Here's my 3. Is that how you play that one? It's got kind of a sussy sound. Yeah, it's like a up fourth, super fourth. Those are nice. You meant 5 instead of 3 and 16 instead of 14? 5? And what did you say? 16 instead of 14? That's interesting. Kind of a minor 7th sounding. minor 11 sound, I guess. So yeah, in 20 EDO, you have 4 rings of 5 EDO. So you have like a neutral nice tone. That's kind of interesting. So there's this neutral nice tone. Yeah, you're thinking of half steps of 300. I like that afterglow buzzing sound a lot. Nice. 3 and 4, and interesting to use as thirds too. Especially 4 because it's a little sussy and a little minor. Sort of vamping, coughing stuff was good. Thank you, Michael. 0, 5, 11, 16 is a minor 7. Wait, 5? Wait, what? Talking about this. get the rhythm consistent. Badass riff, thanks, dude. It's funny there aren't really a lot of offload intervals in the tuning, even though there aren't really many great ones. That's true for all of these tunings, like 20, 21, and 28, and 25. They're all like just fine. Like they're not great, they're not terrible. They don't have great fifths though, and that's kind of a big deal. I mean, 15 Ito would be the same deal with the fifth. I do feel like with piano you hear the clashing more readily, but that's part of why I like to play different tunings on piano, because it's like it's a good testing ground, because you don't really want to be reliant on the timbre 100%. Like you want to know when it's dissonant and when it sounds funny. Like you don't want to lose sight of that, which you can do when you're doing microtonal stuff all the time. So like having just a traditional timbre is like, I don't know, I like that. Some people go out of their way to avoid it, but for me it's great. And I love piano, and I think microtonal piano stuff is like some of the coolest microtonal stuff. Like I want to get to know the tuning. notice writing bass lines, you can fool yourself. It's better to generally write them a few octaves up and then move them down so they're more solid theory-wise. I wonder if the minimum sense difference we can distinguish very significantly at various frequency ranges. I think there's something to that actually. Yeah. I do notice it's easier for me to get confused on like which Ito step is correct, like when it's down in the bass. Like a lot of times when I plug stuff in a piano roll, that's like where I make a lot of adjustments. But to be fair, I adjust everything. Kind of doesn't matter what the frequency range is. But I think things are more clear in like the mid-range just in general, and then as you go to either extreme, it gets a little less obvious. Harmonics are easier to hear in the regular range. Interesting. And fundamentals less so. Low pitches, or I'm gonna turn my mic down a little bit. Got a nice dominant chord. Got a super major 7th. Sounds pretty good. I guess that's major. That's neutral. So here's your minor 7 and your normal dominant. I got a neutral 7. Major 7. I have the chart here, but I'm gonna not look at it for a second and see if I can figure out the notes. Because I know the thirds already. Major. So if the thirds go major, neutral, minor, what's happening with the seconds? So you have a tritone. Like a sub-fifth, tritone, a super fourth, fourth, major third, neutral third, major second, sounds like major, neutral, minor, subminor. So the sevenths. Yeah, major six, minor six, that's your minor six, neutral six. Oh, it's weird. How do the thirds work? I think you have a minor and a subminor sixth. Fifth, subminor, minor. Major, super major, I guess. Like major, super major, seven. Minor. Major six, subminor seven, maybe. So I guess this is major six. So like super major six, subminor seven, minor seven, neutral seven, super major seven. The neutral's kind of a major seven. But definitely kind of neutral. So it's like a super major third and super major seventh. And I think super six, which is the sub seven. And I think it's minor or major. Hold up. Major, neutral, minor. 6. So I think major 6, super major, which is sub minor 7, minor, neutral 6, minor 6. And I think with the seconds, it's sub minor, minor, neutral, major. And so and I think with the sevenths, it's kind of super major, which is major, then neutral, which is kind of on the major-y side of neutral, and then minor, and then sub minor, which is the super 6. And then with the thirds, it's minor, neutral, major. And then with the fourths, you have perfect, then a super fourth, then you have a tritone, which is a sharp 4, flat 5. I don't know how that's going to work in 20 Ito, though, the sharps and flats. It's probably like double down or double up. And then sub fifth, perfect fifth. That's sub minor, minor, neutral, major, super major, which is sub minor. So okay, I think I got. Let's test that against the actual note values. So sub minor, minor, not really major. I mean, not really neutral second here. Down major. And then this is like super major. It's almost a semi-fourth. Basically a semi-fourth. You know, I knew 5 Ito had that, but I didn't really put 2 and 2 together. So I think I got the seconds wrong, basically. It's got like a funky flat major second, but it's still pretty much major second. It's like a good use of the term down major, or sub major, I guess. I don't know. And then a really, like a super major second. They also have that as the minor third on here. So 20 Ito theory is kind of weird, I guess. And then up minor third, neutral third, down major third, perfect fourth. I mean, that's just bullshit, but okay, whatever you say. So no, up fourth, mid fourth, mid fifth, and then down fifth. Up minor 6? What? These are just wrong, dude. Who wrote this shit? Oh, this is ups and downs notation. Dude, this shit makes no fucking sense. It's like a sub minor, or like a minor 6. It's nowhere near up minor. It's fucking weird, man. Neutral 6. Oh, that one was right. That's actually pretty close. 13/8. Yeah, it's like spot on. It's crazy. So this is this. This is the opposite of this. So the major 6 is the sub minor 7. And the 7th's minor, neutral. It's not really neutral though, it's really major. But it's, I guess you have to call it neutral in this tuning. And then super major. Not really though. I think you could get away with super major, major, minor, sub minor. But I think neutral kind of works here just because of how it sits with other stuff. Like, that doesn't really feel major to me with the third, because the third is so sharp. Alright, I got some stuff right, but the seconds the neutral second I was wrong about. Same thing with the neutral 7th. But I think in context of the other intervals, it does kind of make sense. Because everything is skewed so sharp that I don't know. For some reason, this sounded just like a major second to me, like normal. Fun scale. It's like a neutral, I guess it's like tetracot. It's like a mode of tetracot or something. 20 is like a 13 limit subgroup, kinda, yeah. Notice Paleac's name is a palindrome by mirroring, yeah. 240 is the most interesting aspect of 15 Ito as well. You didn't agree with some of the interval names. Needs to be an overhaul for naming schemes. The wiki arpeggio, or the wiki page talks about 13/8-bit. I mean, I went and did like my own. I did my own interpretation of like 22 Ito. I mean, I think stuff like that is what it's gonna take. It's just gonna be like different people saying, no, I think it should be like this, and then, you know, whatever people use is what's gonna get used. I don't think any of this stuff is gonna get standardized for a long time, if ever. Unfortunately, most of the people who are like really trying to standardize stuff are not. They don't really make that much music. They just like thinking about the concepts and stuff. But unfortunately, if you lack experience making music and are unfamiliar with like standard music theory, like, if you don't know how music theory now makes sense, it's really hard to invent a music theory that's gonna actually make sense to people who know music theory. It might make sense to you and all your friends who are making it up with you, but to guys like me, I'm already normie pilled. So like, I see shit like this and I'm like, that's not a down major third. Fuck that. I'm not calling that a down major third. It's sharper than 12 Ito's major third. There's nothing down about it, man. And I'm not calling a third a fourth, man. I don't give a shit. I'm never fucking doing that. Never calling a fourth a third, man. I don't care how it like lines up in the circle of fifths. It's not a fucking fourth, man. I mean, I'm sorry, it is a fourth. It's not a third. Like some people are too wrapped up in like the logic of it. Like, it's not about the logic, man. Like when you're making music, it is not musicians don't give a shit about logic, man. It's not, music is not math. That's what like kind of pisses me off, man. Like most of the microtonal people are like too wrapped up in logic and math, and they just think they're hyper analytical, man. They're not practical. Like music is always about balance. It's always been about balance. Obviously, there's stuff on the extremes, but like music, just everything's about balance, man. It's not pure math. It's not pure language. It's not even pure art. It's like somewhere in the middle. That's what's kind of neat about it. It's in its own domain, and it's very human, and it's very abstract in its own right. And when you start applying like logical thinking to it, it doesn't always line up. And it shouldn't. There's no reason why it should be. Like, no one should expect that from music. And no one, like, it really bugs me when people are so concerned with the consistency of a naming system that they will literally just start to say things that in a normal musical context would make no sense. With stuff like this, calling this a major third and calling this a down major third when this is a fucking fourth and this is a fucking bright major third, man. It's super major, arguably. Like stuff like that, like, oh, even though it sounds like a sharp major third, the circle of fifths says that it's this. It's like, okay, well, maybe the issue is having to stick with trying to make the system too consistent. Like, you shouldn't betray what you're hearing. It's all about what you're hearing, man. All the names should make sense. They should always relate to what you're hearing, not to what the circle of fifths looks like. No one gives a fuck what the circle of fifths looks like, man. Only fucking Wikipedia nerds give a shit about what the circle of fifths fucking looks like, man. And I don't care. I don't give a shit, man. Fuck you. It's not a fucking... This is not a third, man. It's not a third, man. My fucking head's gonna explode, man. And dude, I'm a huge fan of Kite, and this is his ups and downs notation. Like, dude, Kite is like, we're so lucky we have Kite, man. And a lot of times it works just fine. It works great in like mean tone tunings and stuff, but like in some systems it's just, and honestly, his system works great in 15, but this looks like, this is just, and I'm not saying, I don't know if he wrote this in here or someone else did, but like, this shit makes no fucking sense. I don't know who wrote this here, but this is just, it's a perfect fourth, man. It's a perfect fourth. Or a fucking flat ass fourth. No, I think that's right, sadly. Yeah, I don't like the mid-fifth, mid-fourth thing for that reason, Paleac. It just doesn't make sense. mean, maybe that's wrong, but I think it's because it's double ups and double downs. It's something to do with that. It's just some things drive me nuts with like microtonal perspectives, and I mean they are just different perspectives. Like who's to say who's right or wrong? It's just a matter of opinion when it is really what it boils down to. But like I don't like when people say the major chord in 22 Edo is C, E, G. I don't like that because it doesn't sound like a major chord. C down E, G sounds like a major chord. And if you compare the chord that we know and love, the major chord, from normally tuned music, and you compare all those chords, you'll most, 90% of people with enough of an ear to even tell are gonna agree with me. Yeah, it sounds probably more than that even. Most people are gonna agree. Yeah, the chord that sounds the most like the major chord we've conventionally accepted is the one with the down E in it. So I don't like when you go to another tuning and then say a chord that sounds less like the chord is that tuning's version of that chord. To me, the chord that sounds like the chord is that tuning's version of the chord. And unfortunately, when you think like that, a lot of things don't line up as neatly with like the notation, blah, blah, blah. It's like, what are you gonna, you can't spell that chord C-E-G because that screws everything up. And I agree with that. I think notationally, you should just do native fifths. Like, I think ups and downs notation, as far as note spellings goes, is pretty much perfect. I mean, it's amazingly good. I can't think of a way to improve it I can't think of a better system. And it even works for like weird ass tunings like 15, Edo. The notation. But when you extend it into interval and chord qualities and start naming the intervals by where they sit on the chain of fifths, that's when it gets too weird for me. Because that's when the sound, the cent value, doesn't line up with the note names. And some people would say, oh, well, that's not what that word means. That's not what major chord means. Major chord means C, E, G. Well, I don't think it does. So that's just a fundamental difference in perspective. So to some people, that's what that word means. To me, it means a sound and a group of sounds that are similar. Similar enough to be used in the same way. Similar enough that if you were to try to create a song in another tuning and evoke the same kind of mood, you would use this chord, and you call that the same thing. That, to me, you can't really do that translating 12 Edo stuff to Super Pyth. Like, you have to make more granular adjustments and go to nice tone and stuff like that. It's a little more complicated, it's a little messier. But I just think that's how it is. I mean, there's no getting around it. That's how you get like an honest retuning, in my opinion. it's basically the sound should line up with like more or less with how 12 sounds, which is like kind of a Pythagorean bent and also sort of a 5 limit. It's like between 5 limit and Pythagorean. It's like this in between mean tone Pythagorean space. That's what 12 sounds like. And I think that's kind of the classic versions of these chords and intervals and stuff. So yeah, to me, if you're saying an interval quality or a chord quality, you're talking about a sound. But the way these are labeled, it has to do with how many fifths it takes to generate each of these. So like here, they're saying the perfect fourth is the major third because if you were to start on C and go up a fifth, that'd be 12 steps. And then you were to do that again, you'd be at D, which would be right here, 240 cents if you octave reduce. And then if you did that again, you'd be at A, which would be right here, 960 cents, which is already super sharp because your fifth is 20 cents sharp. And if you did it one more time, you'd be at E. So if you go up, what is it, G, D, A, E. If you go up 4/5, you land here at 480 cents. You know, in 12 EDO, it's 400 cents because the fifth is only 700 cents. But in 5 EDO, it's 480 cents. So because it's the same number of generators, they're saying this 480 cent interval is the major third because you go C, G, D, A, E. Now, I don't have a problem with calling it E. I'm actually fine with that. I have a problem with calling it a major third. You see what I mean? To me, what you do is you say the C to down E is the major third. You don't say this is a major third. You say this is a major third. And you just say this is a fucking fourth. Because it is. Because the thing is, you're not going to spell your chords like that either. Like if you hear this, you're not thinking major chord, you're thinking sus chord. And that's your major chord. So that's where this becomes totally absurd. So like this is your major chord. C down E, G makes a major chord in 20 EDO. And same thing with this second, like this is not a minor third, man. That's a minor third. Although this is a weird interval, this semi-fourth. That one I can kind of forgive if people want to call that a sub-minor third, but it's more forgivable because it's just a weird interval. It's super wide for a major second. To me, that's like an ultra major second, basically. Or better, I like the name semi-four. Semi-fourth. It's a semi-fourth. I just think that's a good name for it. And then you have a major second and then minor second. It's wide, but it does the trick, does the job. And you have like a sub-minor, quarter tone, whatever. So harmonic music may grow in in niches, but total mainstream, that probably never will happen the way one would initially think. Not looking good for normies when you consider how few play any instrument or dabble in creating music. Then look at the percent who are good at said instrument, and then those who care about the theory deeply. Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of commitment to get into this stuff. You can fudge that 240 into half sus2, half minor, it's second range. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of forgive that interpretation, but Alright, since we've done some normie stuff, let's go back to the trumpets. You got 6 and seconds. All right. Well, that's a little bit of 20 Ito. Maybe I'll check out 21. I feel like with the 5N tunings, it's like, how do you want to decorate 5 EDO? It's kind of what you're doing, but that makes sense. Not a great layout. Yeah, one's like a 5 and one's a 7. I'm just gonna do this one. It's a little more obvious what's happening. So I guess in 7 Ito, I guess it's kind of easy to read because like that'd be your neutral third, major, and minor, and that would be true for all your intervals. So you'd have neutral, major and minor, everything. Which you kind of have a case for neutral 4th and 5th, just because it's easy to keep it consistent. But you could do super, whatever. of cool. Yeah, that sounds really nice, that tricot thing. I could do the layout like that actually. Oops. Wait, what? Okay, if I really wanted to play the tuning, maybe I'd figure that out, but just trying to mess around right now. Oh, fuck is here. The stream can finally start. Hi, Zenpilled. GD, please. Oh, shit. Did you learn anything for 20 worth adding to the pros cons? 20 sounds... At least what I was playing, it sounds very mellow. It has neutrals in it, which is kind of cool. it's such a cool sound. Good luck getting sounds like this in fucking Serum, man. Good luck. Dude, you can donate. Go to fucking PayPal. My PayPal link should be in the video description, or if you can't find it there, it's on my channel. But the reason there's no donate button is because I am not popular enough. They don't give you that until you've got a certain amount of viewers and engagement on your channel. It's all just a synthesizer. Like, I just was messing around with some FM stuff. That's nuts. Thank you, dude. Dude, any sound design compliment from you is a big win in my book. Yeah, and I've got like these like extra versions of it too. So like I have a couple things turned off, but not deleted because they actually sound kind of cool. I just thought they all sounded good, and I also have a comb filter. I don't remember what this got. I think it's mostly to do with this curve. I think this one I started with one of those presets. And I can't remember, but I mean I did it all on stream. I don't know what episode. I guess I could go back and look if I don't know if it's I don't think it's that big a deal, but I think I went in here and changed this to point by point maybe on the oscillator, and I don't remember if I changed this or not. I'm pretty sure I did though, because I think the normal oscillator sounds like the preset sounds like a bell kind of a thing. But I'm pretty sure I got these shapes from a preset. I think. I know on one of these sounds I did. And then, man, it's all such a blur because I was just doing sound design for like 3 days straight. I was just like making instrument patches. So it's all such a fucking haze, man. LFO, slow LFO, 1 on the curve morph, that makes sense. I have an MSEG on the curve morph. I definitely made this MSEG. This is kind of like, I think I think this is the most important aspect of the sound. You can see it's morphing like this. That's what makes this sound so interesting, is that it's this MSEG morphing shit. And it responds to your touch as well. So like if you push harder, the oscillator FX goes up. The compression goes up if you press harder. And then dude, I'm kind of embarrassed how I don't understand this sound at all. And then the FM goes up to a tiny bit, it looks like. LFO2 is being modulated by LFO1, the rate. Pressure turns up both of the oscillator effects values. So the other one is the phase distortion. Pressure turns up the rate of LFO3. Pressure turns up the sustain on the envelope. Velocity turns up the feedback on the FM. It's really subtle though. But basically if you play harder, it gets a little more excited. So like the sound is always moving regardless, which is what makes it sound like a string kind of. But then if you push in it, it gets just like a little more activated. And this sound would probably kind of be ball sack if it was just in a piano roll, honestly. You'd have to like put in a ton of pressure information, I think. Like if you, like let's test it real quick. If you just played a chord in here. I mean, it's not the worst sound, but. I'm actually, it's not that bad actually in piano roll, but yeah, it's definitely like a little more exciting when you. Feels a little more organic with the pressure. Pressure and glide is MP. I think pressure's not MPE, yeah. Pretty much doing crazy MPE. Yeah, it's all just the pressure and a little bit of velocity. Yeah, I don't think the pitch bend is either. Goes from strings to train horn very fluidly. Yeah. You don't like the mid-range? Yeah, I'm not even trying to make it sound like strings. Like it just does. I was just messing around. Very accidentally bumped into the sound. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, in the piano roll. Yeah. It's the same sound. It's just there's no pressure information, so it's just less exciting. Like if I were to turn pressure off on here, it would sound similar to that. I mean, I can turn it off. I think. I don't know if I can actually turn it off. There's got to be a way to turn it off. Maybe you can't. I think it's off now. Yeah, now it's off. So this is the same sound with no pressure. Which, you know, there's worse sounds for sure, but yeah, it definitely adds a bit. Dude, I can send it to you, Paleag, if you want to try it on the Expressive E. I don't know if it'll work, but I think it should. I'll just send it to you and then you can decide if you're actually going to do anything with it, but... Can't really play fast. It's got the resonator on. Now the comb. Alright, let's look at some of these intervals. How do I even send a sound? I don't even know how to do that. I guess it's send this thing. Increase attack, reduce delay, make it play faster. Oh yeah, I'm sure, yeah. too much. It sounds cool slow though. I mean, that's kind of it. I think that's a big part of it actually. I don't believe in sounds that try to do everything. Like, I don't know. I do like versatile patches and stuff and versatile sounds. Stuff that, like, if you hit it hard, it takes on a different quality. Blah, blah, blah. But, I mean, for your slow string or a slow pad sound, do you want it to be able to do leads too? I don't think so. I think you're going to have a tough time, like, designing that and making it playable and feel consistent and all that. Yeah, exactly. You would put, this would be kind of the background, and you'd put something else on top, probably. Okay, let's actually look at some 21 Ito stuff. Shrieky notes on top, percussive bangs, booms, and train wheels rhythm. Nice. Maybe one of these days. I don't think I'm gonna do any real composing tonight. Just noodling tonight. Checking out some of these tunings. So set 21 is 7 times 3. The pitch bend doesn't match up. Do I want the pitch bend to match up? Let's try this. Hey everyone, what's up, dude? If you play Itos on top of each other, I mean, you can do it. I've done a little bit of that, but not a ton. It's not that interesting to me personally, but some people do it a lot. One way to think of it is you just multiply the Itos together, so you're playing a larger Ito. But yeah, like I think if you have two tunings that have a similar characteristic, you can superimpose them, and maybe the notes in one sound like inflections of the other, or vice versa. So like two mean tone tunings that are different might work okay together. It depends on what you're doing though. Are you playing like a melody over the chords in another tuning, or are you playing chords from both tunings, or but you're restricting some of the notes and have new combinations. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds. I mean, yeah, it just depends on how you want to do it. So, yeah, you would think you would have like one subset. They would be the subset of a larger tuning, but it would only be like the two tunings. So, I mean, it would still be like two tunings superimposed, sure. Man, they don't even label these. Why? Oh, I missed that. So you have like a super major 7 and like a sub minor second. So you'd have like sub minor second, neutral second, major second, minor third, neutral third, major third, sub 4, 4, neutral 4, I guess, super 4, sub 5, 5, super 5, or sub minor 6, I guess, then minor 6, 6, neutral 6, major 6, minor 7. As the minor 7, so 970. It's a pretty decent 7/4 actually. It's kind of sharp, and the third is 400 cents. So everything has a neutral, major, and minor version, but the second has a subminor and the seventh has a super major. And then fourths and fifths you probably call perfect, super, and then sub. So you'd have like a sub 4, or perfect fourth, super fourth, sub fifth, perfect fifth, super fifth. But the sub fourth could be ultra major third, super fifth could be sub minor sixth, I guess. I think so, yeah. Any sense in how any would play? Oh, I think you already asked that. I already read that. 3 and 7 would be like playing 10 notes, episode 21. So, like, for instance, Brendan Burns has a song where he plays 5 EDO on the black keys and 7 EDO on the white keys. So it's technically in 35 EDO, but he's superimposing those 2 smaller EDOs, so he's not going outside of that. And it sounds pretty cool, so it's, yeah, that's a good example. That's on this Zebra album. I'll try to find out what track it is. Can't remember which one. This one. So this track 2. It's 5 EDO and 7 EDO at the same time. One of my favorite Zen harmonic chords intervals at the moment. I don't know. I always am kind of intrigued by super major thirds. And like ultra major thirds. It's a cool space. The inner ordinals, as we call them, which are like the most ambiguous intervals, those are really cool. So like semi-fourths, like we had those in 20 EDO. There's none in here though. We do have a really wide major second though. I really like I haven't actually been doing that much tuning stuff lately. I've been doing like all sound design, so I haven't even really been thinking about this stuff that much. But I really like semaphore stuff lately. Not playing in pure semaphore, but just like shifting a chord by a semi-fourth, or like throwing in a semaphore interval into a chord. Like in 34 EDO, I like these like semaphore chords that are like root, sub minor third, or like it's not sub minor, it's like semi-fourth. It's like a root, semi-fourth, then a fifth. This is like a weird, almost sus chord, almost minor chord, and then fifth, and then the same thing with the seventh. It's like almost a 6, almost a 7. Those are really cool sounds that you can't really get in 12 EDO. And then like super fourths are really cool. There's one of those in 20 EDO. Here we have a really sharp 4. Let's hear what that sounds like. I don't know. Thirds are like the best interval because they're like the most evocative intervals that we have. Is like our thirds. So any good third is good. But it's not an interesting interval to talk about, really. But it's so important. So like how a tuning's thirds are tuned is like really important to me. I think I'm kind of flexible in terms of fifths, although I do tend to prefer sharper fifths. But the tuning of the thirds is like kind of a big deal as well. I think those two things in combination are like the most important to me. But I don't know, there's a lot that goes into evaluating a tuning, like its structural properties and its versatility, its elegance, like is it easy to understand, easy to play in, easy to think about. These things all matter. So finding a nice balance between all those factors is difficult. I think for me, 22 EDO is probably done the best job for me so far. But my opinions constantly change, like, over time. Like, I never was that into 15 EDO until recently. Now I'm kind of really into it. But for me, like I think with the microtonal stuff, like 22 is kind of my center. It's kind of my home away from home. It's like my microtonal home base. And like everything else is kind of like branching out from that. Like 27 is really similar to 22, but like more extreme with the thirds. It's got a more extremely tuned fifth. 34 is similar too, because it's also got kind of a sharp fifth, but the fifth is a little more subdued. It's a little more complex structurally. It's got 17 EDO in it, which 17 is a really cool tuning as well. But it's got really clean 5 limit stuff, which 22 does not. So it's like, it's got this sort of sharpward bent, but it's got things that 22 and 27 don't. So you still play a nice tone. You still think about it kind of similarly, but it's got like semaphore. It doesn't really have a good 7 limit, which 22 and 27 both have decent 7 limit. And then like 15 EDO is like it's like on the extreme, and it's like the fifth is super sharp. It's 3 chains of 5 EDO. Like it and 27 EDO have the major third 400 cents. It also has nice tone, but it's got a weird like Blackwood nice tone, not like a 5L2S Moss diatonic related nice tone. So it's just kind of like a one step weirder. I think going straight to 15 from 12 is like one thing, but going there from like 27 is another, because 27 is kind of like approaching 15. Because its fifth is really sharp, you know. And they're both divisible by 3. .571 EDO is 7th harmonic at 0% error accuracy. Primes aren't multiple EDOs. Holy moly, dude. I wish I understood the significance of that. All right, guys. Hey, it's been a fun stream. We got to talk to Shaping the Silence, which is an awesome interview. If you guys missed it, please go back and watch that. It will be on the, if you go to my channel, just go to live. It'll be the first part of the stream. I will eventually make a clip of it and post that as well, but not in a rush to do that. Our next interview will be 2 weeks from today. That will be Doduzil, electronic music producer. We'll be talking about her music, and who knows what else. And then the Wednesday before that, which I believe is the 11th, we're going to have our first open jam on the stream using Ninjam, Reaper's Ninjam. So I will post some information on how to set that up if you don't know. And if anyone wants to try and jam live on the internet with some strangers, please come along. We'll pick a tuning. We'll do it. We'll make little beats or whatever. We'll figure out what everybody wants to do, and we'll just do it. And yeah, I'll probably make that a weekly thing or bi-weekly or something, like every other week or every week or something. We'll figure that out. But first one will be a week from Wednesday. So yeah, anyway, I will be back tomorrow. I already streamed 6 hours. It's a little early, but I started really early. And yeah, so I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. You did incredible work, Mr. Gridorn. Thank you for sharing your pursuit of wisdom. Hey, Mr. Lee. Thank you. Talk to y'all later. Later.